Oh, my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Oh.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Bowl TV. My name is Matt Canizaro. Thank you for joining us for another exciting round of competition at the 2021 PWBA Kickoff Classic Series from the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Today, the continuation of the Hall of Fame Classic. Earlier today, we saw one round of match play already take place. It's going to be 24 games total, head-to-head, round robin, the top 24 from this week's action at the ITRC. 8 more games coming up here in just a few minutes. 8 games tomorrow, and then we'll know our top 5 for the stepladder finals tomorrow night. It's been a long, fun week at the ITRC. We've crowned 2 tour champions already and a regional champ, Shannon O'Keefe and Brianna Cote, winning the opening events of the Classic Series, the Bowlers Journal Classic and the ITRC Classic, respectively. And Jacqueline Evans last night taking home the regional title for the first one of this year. So tonight it's going to be me and Aaron Smith and some special guests coming in to bring you all the action from the ITRC. Again, 8 more games of round robin competition. We'll have the leaders. We'll talk about the oil pattern and how to attack it and so much more here on Bowl TV. Once again, my co-host for tonight, he's really the man behind the scenes in the operation. Anyway, let's bring him in, Aaron Smith.
See, I was going to make you wait after that and just see if it actually worked and I was doing my job, but we're here. We're back. Welcome back, folks. Matt, great to see you again. It's been so long, but we're excited to be back. Round 2 of match play. We're going to have 16 games in the books here by the time we're all said and done on today's somewhat tricky 41-foot oil pattern. We're going to learn a little bit about that and more in just a little bit, but big thanks to everyone for joining us. Obviously, we're on bowltv.com. But we're also streaming game number 1 on Facebook to the PWBA and the Sport of Bowling USBC channels. So we appreciate the new audience over there on Facebook. We'll tell you right now, though, we're just doing game 1 on Facebook. After that, we're going to go ahead. We're going to shift everything over to bowltv.com, but we want you to come with us. We are streaming all 8 games of match play for free. You can check it out by just creating a login. It takes 2 minutes to do, and then you get all the action from the top players on the PWBA tour. But for right now, we're going to get into the action as practice is wrapping up right now. So, folks, let's go to the lanes at the ITRC. Now, Matt, as we get underway here, very important to take a look at the standings. I think with the unique format with all pins dropping prior to heading into the 24-game round-robin match play, I feel most folks have the opportunity to put up a big block here and be in the mix of things. I think that first one definitely set the tone, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a few names a little bit farther back in the standings potentially make a run toward the top 5. But taking a look overall through those first 8 games, Lindsay Boomershine, the standout player, went 7-1 in match play on her way to a plus 384 total. Erin McCarthy in second, plus 354. Jordan Richard, plus 289. And Jillian Martin, the young standout, 16 years old, plus 285. And Liz Johnson, the Hall of Famer, plus 271. Your current top 5, Maria Jose Rodriguez, first player out of the top 5 at the moment at plus 269. Julia Bond plus 248, Brianna Cote plus 247, Stephanie Johnson plus 235, and Shannon O'Keefe plus 231. So we have plenty of time for players to make their move here in the second round and really kind of set up the excitement for tomorrow. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Our final round will kick off then before the top 5 advance to the stepladder finals, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bowl TV. So as we settle in behind lanes 5 and 6, we're going to bring in a special guest, folks. We talked a little bit about this 41-foot pattern. and nobody knows it better than Nick Hoagland. So we're going to bring in Nick to say hello and not only talk about this pattern, but we were hoping to get him as well for the ITRC Classic. Some of the timing didn't work out because he was doing cool things for the sport of bowling, running a collegiate event. So we appreciate that. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about it, but definitely want to hear about this 41-foot pattern. So let's welcome Nick Hoagland to the show. Hey, Nick.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. We don't have to bowl on your pattern, so we're having a good old time. So first off, welcome. Hopefully it was a successful weekend. I believe you were in Cincinnati for that collegiate event. So tell us a little bit about that first.
Thanks for having me on, guys. It's always a pleasure. We were running the Mid-Conference Collegiate Classic in Cincinnati. So it was great to get the collegiate bowlers, in the center and competing. So we had 33 teams, crown champions both in varsity and junior varsity divisions. So it was a great weekend to see, all the student athletes bowling, no spectators, just like you guys have in Arlington. But again, getting those athletes on the lanes and bowling, just a big win.
Absolutely, and we definitely appreciate all you do for bowling and collegiate bowling specifically as well. And obviously, we're going to turn our attention now to the PWBA. These competitors got 2 rounds. We saw some high scores during the Bowlers Journal Classic and the ITRC Classic, and it seemed like you weren't going to be so nice here in the Hall of Fame Classic. Definitely looks like a tougher pattern. Scores reflect that as well. Tell us a little bit about the characteristics of this 41-foot pattern.
Yeah, you're right, guys. This one's definitely tougher from a ratio standpoint. So we're looking at a ratio of about 1.5 to 1, very flat on this pattern compared to the other two, which are more in the 3.5 to 1 range. This pattern is very similar to the pattern we used in Green Bay, Ashwaubenon. You guys remember at the Players Championships several years ago. It's been around for over 20 years, this template. So it's got flat oil on the way down to the pins, and then just a really basic sort of Christmas tree on the way back. It looks kind of tame on paper, but it's not. But what you're going to see here, especially with 4 bowlers per pair, which I think you guys have made mention of in this event, you're going to see players move quickly again. The tree is very, very subtle. And so you're going to watch, the bowlers on these 2 pairs, Liz Johnson, they're both going to be playing just to the right of the second arrow, and you're going to see some players that migrate left. My analysis after the first block, you see some players that can really crank it and go left to right up there, and that is because of the amount of lineage per lane. So those players are able to get deep and kind of into their wheelhouse towards the end of the block, and definitely bowl some scores.
All right, and we saw that Aaron McCarthy being one of those players to open up the lanes. Lindsey Boomershine certainly doesn't mind getting a little left as well. So we saw them make their way to the top of the standings, and it was interesting to watch it kind of develop. There were some struggles out there, some big time struggles for players throughout the course, especially early on. There were a few rough games over on the low end of the house that we had here on Bowl TV, but we saw those players recover, which was obviously important for them. Erin had a game where I think she had 58 in the 6th, but obviously she has found a way to strike a bunch and work her way into second place. She actually, I believe, had the most overall pinfall. Lindsay just had more victories overall, taking advantage of those bonus pins.
You guys are right. I mean, look at Erin's block. I mean, she's bowled well this entire bubble here. 168 the second game, and then rattled off 220, 260, 240, 240, 250. So she definitely found it. Lindsey Boomershine's block, to me, was the most impressive. Not too high, not too low. 1 game under 200, very impressive. But you guys have been seeing that. This is the 3rd term in a row you've seen her consistency. So not surprising. Kudos to Jordan Richard. A lot of revs, a power player, maybe not a pattern on the fresh. And she found a way to score the games and keep her position. And then you have some straighter players. You get Liz, Julia Bond, and Brianna on there. So, the top 10 here, you have a variety of, I'll call them left to right players. You have a variety of power players and straight players so far.
And I think that's the goal, kind of moving, when you go through a pattern, go through the testing to get prepared for an event like this, it doesn't necessarily, you don't want it to necessarily cater to just one style of bowler. You want to see people be able to score from multiple angles.
Right. And, we're always very transparent about our process. And obviously I was not able to come down to the training center to test these patterns myself, which is the normal protocol for any event. Knowing the characteristics of the training center, went with a pattern for this tournament that I'm familiar with. 20 years from using this template, and it always seems to create multiple angles, and no different this week. You're seeing a lot of ways to get to the pocket. Characteristic you're seeing, no matter what patterns on the lanes, is that if you throw it right of 5 or left of 5, depending on your hand, it's not coming back. And that's just the characteristics of the training center's topography that you continue to see no matter what the oil pattern is. See a lot of splits here. It's that pattern is so flat that until you kind of carve it up a little bit, you're gonna miss by a board or board and a half, and you're gonna pay the price. So can you survive the first 2-3 games until they try out? I think Diana, it looks like she may be very straight. That was wide, but it got back. So she's right now, I think, like, I got a little bit of room to the right here. Let's see if she.
Now, Nick, you talked about the traffic allowing some of the power players to kind of open it up toward the end of the block. When you kind of put this pattern together, was the knowing there were going to be 4 players on a pair, what was the adjustment for that, knowing that this was kind of a unique situation for a match play round?
Great question. It goes into the variety we were trying to establish for 3 patterns. So, not only are the distances different, we talked 9, 43, and now 41 feet, but the oil types. So on the first pattern, we used a combination of fire and ice oil, medium volume. Last tournament, we used only fire with a low volume. We saw that kind of track out quick. And we're using ice oil only, which is the slick oil, and we have higher volume. So again, we're trying to give the players 3 different looks on the lane. And the reason for the more volume on this pattern is because of the lineage. That's a lot of games on a pair. 27 mils is a lot of oil for a PWBA event, but we needed it for this format. The other thing I'd say in looking at the stats from this morning, we saw the same sort of trajectory on the scoring pace. So I just took a sampling of how many games are under 200. In 14 games were under 200. So they were tough on the fresh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Game number 5, sort of the middle of the block, only 6 games were under 200. So they tracked out most. And by the 8th game, we're back up to 8 games under 200. So that's similar to the other patterns where we saw the real scoring opportunity for most of the players is in that game sort of 4 through 6 area. Right now, you're bowling 220 or 230. Odds are you're going to win.
And that was something we saw primarily throughout the course of the block. Going back to the ITRC Classic, however, 220, 230, that was going to be a toss-up of whether or not you were winning. We saw some high scores, a lot of excitement brought by Jillian Martin and, of course, our tournament champion, Brianna Cote. You gave us some notes, but we'd love to hear it from you, just kind of some of the design with that one. And, looking at the stepladder finals, it was exciting. It was high scoring. And just, your thoughts of kind of how that tournament wrapped up.
The pattern, again, I'll go back to, needing to do something that we know what it's going to do just because of no testing on sites. Bowling was very similar to one of the world WTBA patterns that many of the international players see. So kind of no surprises, very basic. I think this the fire oil, the oil that hooks, and the low volume, you're able to see players kind of move in, to that third arrow and ride that oil. Like Liz Johnson on the fresh, up to that oil line and throwing it straight at it, her A game. But then you had the hook ball players who were able to, move left and kind of feed it to William Martin, great. And what she was able to do with her role, she had a look that nobody else had. And so that was, exciting to watch. And kudos to her on this hard pattern. She's in fourth. The comment of, well, she just bowled well when they were easier. She's in, I think our goals, as we talked about from the start here, are variety and making sure that all styles of play can be up. And, I'm kind of biased, but so far, I think mission.
Now, Nick, in kind of looking at kind of the success across the first two events, 12 players make it to match play for the Bowlers Journal Classic and the ITRC Classic. Only 3 players made it to the round of 12 in both events. That was Shannon O'Keefe, Lindsay Boomershine, and Jillian Martin. Were you excited to see a little bit of variety in that top 12 as far as seeing different styles, different players find success over the course of those two events?
Definitely. I mean, that is always our goal with the PWBA, whether we're bowling 3 events in the same center or 12 events across the country. We want to give all the players an A look and their B look at different points. Really happy with this so far, and I think that the ability of the player to play their A game is what makes for excitement. And they're going to strike more when they're playing their A game. When Liz on that fresh pattern last tournament was straight at it, right? She's going to strike. It's fun seeing that, and it's fun then watching the player migrate into the area where they're not as comfortable and seeing how they adjust. So, yes.
All right, folks, we are here, game number 1 of 8, second round of match play at the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic from the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. I'm Aaron Smith. The guy above me right now, that's Matt Cannizzaro. The guy in the bottom box, Nick Hoagland, our lane maintenance guru, giving us some great information here on the patterns used this week. As we, once again, got to about the halfway point here at game 1. For the folks watching on Facebook, we'll be with you through the end of game 1 before we shut off. But just a friendly reminder, we're going to be going over to bowltv.com. Some folks are already there, quite a few actually. We've got a chat, we got everything. It's a very lively bunch. We like them a bunch. And right now you can watch match play. You can kind of see the transition and see if the lanes open up like Nick talked about by heading over to bowltv.com, creating a login. It's free to do. And you can watch the entire 8-game block. And we have giveaways as well. So we're going to be giving away another. There we go. Now I'm fully covered. Fire TV stick on bowltv.com exclusively. So, yeah, there's plenty of great reasons. We're going to have guests like Nick throughout the course of the block. And we're going to be talking bowling, talking stories, and just having a good old time. So if you're a bowling fan, you'll want to head over there. So just a friendly reminder as we get toward the second half of game 1.
Observations on 7 and 8. First of all, Jordan Richard throwing straight up 8, which is not her A game with a 4-bagger with ball surface. 8 with ball surface. Julia Bond, 8 ball surface. I expect those 3 players. It looks like they've carved a little bit of a hole in 7 and 8. Let's see if they can take it off the sheet and bowl 240 or 250 the first game while someone else bowls 180 and loses. You're talking about up sort of 9. You missed in a little bit, but in the versatility of the players, not playing their A game, but playing the angle they have to play right now for them to score, to maximize their score.
Now, Nick, we always ask the tough questions here. You've gotten to see just a little bit of action here from the ITRC. But after kind of looking at the scores in round number 1, is there a player you're surprised didn't maybe score a little bit higher in the first round?
Guerrero, because she's won on this pattern before, but I don't think she knows that. I don't know if she knows that's the template. Maybe she does now. So first one, I know she. And I heard earlier when I was listening, and again reported that she may be slightly injured. Or injured, I don't know. At 100%. Out. I'm just honestly. I'm a great season last year. After her rookie season was very successful, and to watch her. Her scores, she bowled 240 and 230 in the fresh. Again, to me, not playing her A game, Moxie, impressed with, but mostly impressed with Lindsay Boomersheim's stat. That is a beautifully consistent block that she bowled to get to.
Yeah, she's, and we talked to Matt McNeil a little bit about that. Matt, one of the ball reps for Storm, and just talking about the process of, just making sure, the physical talent has always been there with Lindsay. And, she's talked a lot about, we had her on the PWBA podcast about, the desire to win out here. She's been close before, and it seems like, early on, first impressions is that, when you kind of look at MVPs of an early tournament, I feel she's right up there in the running here. And, especially if she can put together a great overall performance, make it to the stepladder finals, and potentially capture that first title. That's, I think, a fun element of this particular tournament series as well is that, we can kind of look at something like that to see, who was the it's essentially a mini season in one. So 3 events can look at MVPs, most improved, rookie of the year, all kind of in that small spectrum, because we like talking about that stuff. So that's always fun. But Lindsay has been bowling fantastic, and it has certainly showed in the standings as well.
Yeah, to me, the most dangerous player in this field lurking to me because of how the pattern is, and she's a major champion. She likes to go a little left to right. And, after we get through these first 2 games here, those lanes will be in her sweet spot, and she's great enough to execute that. It's sort of, I think she's the most dangerous player.
All right, Nick, you cut out a little bit there. Who was that again? I'm sorry.
As Maria Jose Rodriguez is definitely, to me, the most dangerous player lurking in this field tonight.
And that was we actually talked to Maria, and I found out after the fact. So we missed this opportunity, Matt. Today is Maria's birthday, so we did not say happy birthday to her. So we are terrible friends, but we got to work on that. Hopefully, maybe a second block. But she went 7-1, but she plainly said she's like, I got to find a way to be better out there, and but she was able to get the wins, and we talked a little bit about that as well. She was able to find. Win with 185, wins with 2-0, win with 194. But when you look at the average or the players in the top 10, she had the lowest overall average. She was the only one under 211. So she came in at 207 clip, but that's just the importance of the being able to find multiple ways to win matches, even when it still hasn't come to her completely. But she seemed prepped to make some moves, and obviously she's on our pair right now and on lane 5. So we'll get to see a shot here. But
He's already got the left to right going. This shot did not quite make it to swish, but it's really close in game 1. And I'd also say it's a great point here. I mean, she won the tour championship, which was all match play. She's bowled well in the Queens overall, her career match play. So she's just that player that this type of format, she's maybe not going to average 220, but she could get there with her match play skills, sneak in 3rd or 4th, and then run the lap.
And I think that's kind of a cool thing about this particular event, just the way it was kind of drawn up, because you kind of get a mix of both majors in it. You have the 2 events to qualify for the Hall of Fame Classic, similar to the Queens, where you have your qualifying portion. You just want to get in, and then after that, 3-game match. Anything can happen. But also has the U.S. Women's Open element of round-robin match play, 24 games. Not quite as many overall games, not the 56-game grind, but, probably for the overall week, it feels like a U.S. Open for, especially those players who have made match play at all 3 rounds. They have bowled a ton of games so far.
Right. You're right. One thing for you guys to watch this block, I think, just because of who's starting on these pairs, if you're watching 5 through 8, you have Anna, and then there was another, and Stephanie's playing straight. And there's a lot of urethane, looks like it's going down 5 and 6. And on 8, you have a lot of surface going. It'll be interesting to see how these 2 pairs transition through the course. Going down the lane on 5 and 6, and scuff, reactive balls going down 11, 7, 8.
Let's just see that one knock it back there for Maria. The good old 5-count washout. That is not a fun birthday present.
No, and again, she, this is not her. Probably she'd say, this is not her A condition here. But and by the way, she's got 2 urethane balls going down the lane right now. That's not helping. And she goes to 7 and 8 next. I don't know if she does. She'll see a ball track from Liz and Julia Bond and Jordan on that pair. So let's eye on it. If 5 and 6, 7 and 8 are really play different. You hear this with players when you get to this level, whether it's the women's or the men's tour, how important the cross is and where you start. Balls are going down the lane on the fresh.
And that's certainly got to make the ball reps job even more fun throughout the course of these blocks, as it's essentially double on each pair from what they're usually used to seeing in a match play format. So keeping them on their toes as well.
You guys noticed? I don't know. I know Jason's not there, but I'd be curious to know when you asked the ball rep today, or Jason, if the atmosphere is different today because the lanes are harder. Is there more grinding? Is there less chit chat because the lanes aren't as scoreable? That'd be interesting to know.
That's a great question. That was one we actually did not ask JT. I know he was busy. We had a few technical difficulties during the first block, so he was doing everything he could to get some of these pairs up and running. So we appreciate that. But we really didn't get a sense of the atmosphere just quite yet. Obviously, we're not within the venue, so we don't really know kind of the behind the scenes look right now, but yeah, it's certain. Well, actually, I think JT's around.
On demand.
On demand. It's like he knew he could hear us. All right, there he is. Jason Thomas.
Hey, there he is.
I hear you guys. I was listening. I was just doing some other work, but yeah, it was obvious that they opened up as we got probably midway through the block, and some of the players that like to go left to right were able to hit them pretty good. It certainly felt like there was a lot of talk of hanging on the first 3 games. Hey, if I shoot 600 the first 3 games, I'm going to be happy. Obviously, match play is a little bit of a different dynamic, so you're gonna want to win your matches too. But it feels like there are some different strategies. I see a few more strings of strikes here in the first game than I saw the first time around. It could be a combination of just some different strategies that are working a little better, or just having laid the pattern out again and having them play a little bit more. It seems like they have a little more hold right now than they had this morning. That's really the only difference I can tell from just kind of watching a little bit of the bowling.
So maybe you're expecting a little bit better scoring pace the first 3, this block.
Yeah, and I actually think that could help the scoring pace late as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're moving to the right and playing a little more direct and scoring a little better, that they're gonna make it a little easier for themselves as the block goes on.
That's a great point, JT, and not getting too tough. Use this ice oil. A lot of times we see in professional events move for the right-hander is not to the left, it's to the right. Right. You move left, and to your point, that would create more hold for later in the block. So,
and I'm always fascinated in these pro tournaments with how much different the players tend to play the lanes with each subsequent block of match play. You especially see it in the U.S. Open, where they'll play them one way for the first block, and then all of a sudden they'll come out for the second block, and everybody's playing the gutter. And you're like, where did that come from? Whose idea was that? But it's like the whole squad does the same thing. And then they come out for the third squad, and you think, okay, they're going to play the gutter again, and they play third arrow. And it's like, what's going on? But it's almost like it's a secret that gets out, and then everybody does the same thing. But it makes the lanes play incredibly different. Because as someone who's watching the tournament, you're trying to predict who you think is going to win. So the only way to do that is based on past history, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if they change the way they break them down, there's no way to predict what's going to happen.
You're right. I remember John Force from Kegel telling me one day, this was 20 years ago, and I said, hey, the lanes are supposed to play like X. And he said, Nick, that's not the bowler's job. The bowler's job is to score. Pattern how you think it should be played. And you see that in the U.S. Open, JT, you're right, because if the A squad bowls and the B squad watching goes, I think if we move in quicker, we'll hit them better, they're going to jump in.
Yeah.
You're so right about trying to get that little advantage 5 minutes a game that's going to get them on the show.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm seeing, guys.
Good.
I'll get some expert opinions after this game is in the books. That's just my amateur opinion.
You watched a lot of bowling, JT. So.
That's true. Today, I watched a lot of bowling today.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, JT.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Jason Thomas, our man inside the ITRC, giving us the update as we are getting to the end of game number 1 here. So just a reminder for our folks watching on Facebook for the PWBA and the Sport of Bowling USBC channels. We certainly appreciate you heading over there, the likes, the follows, all that good stuff. But as a reminder, we will be sending everything over to bowltv.com at the conclusion of this game. So head on over, create a free login, and you can watch the rest of the 8-game blocks. So it's going to be fun. The Bowl TV chat is flowing. We got giveaways. So we got a little bit of everything happening. So be sure to check it out. Once again, bowltv.com, create a login. It takes just a minute or two to do, and you'll be all set to go. Now, Nick, before we let you go here, we definitely appreciate all the insight on the pattern and just kind of looking ahead. But kind of break down some of these last few shots for us and kind of what you think will, especially, noting the urethane on 5 and 6 and a little bit different strategy on 7 and 8. What are some of the things we should be looking for as we kind of get toward game 6, 7, 8?
But just watch and see if 7 and 8 is hooking a lot more than 5 and 6. Just for me, so she missed it in there. It looked like to me. Interesting. Valerie is playing the lane straight on 7. I thought it looked like she might have missed in a little bit on the first ball, and it just held there, which is a good sign. That missed in. But again, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just see if you noticeably watch players, as they come to the over the course of the block, and 7 and 8 they go high. Again, there's urethane. I think looks like it going down the lane. And, that oil now, if that's the urethane, if there's 2 urethane balls on 5 and 6 going down the lanes, 27 Bill's ice oil in the track. That'll create sort of a wiggle spot throughout the block.
All right, some good things to look out for the rest of the block. So as we kind of get close to wrapping up game one here, Nick, we'll go ahead and let you enjoy the rest of your night. But as always, we appreciate the insight. And it's always great to see you, bud.
You too, guys. Hey, great job doing this, and kudos to the entire USBC team and PWBA team for making this a go. So,
all right, thanks, Nick. We'll see you soon, bud.
bye.
All right, folks, some expert insight there from Nick Hoagland as we get toward the conclusion here of game number one. Once again, if you're watching on BullTV.com, you can obviously hop around to every channel. If you're on desktop, you can find that navigation right below the video. So you can pick lanes 1 through 4, lanes 5 through 8, which we're looking at right now, lanes 9 and 10, and lanes 11 and 12. So a few different options there to watch outside the main channel right here. And if you're on mobile, top right-hand corner, there's a 4-box window pane. You can click on that and basically have access to the same navigation. So a few different options there to check out as we wrap things up. So taking a look at 7 and 8, Jordan Richard, another strong start on the fresh here at the Hall of Fame Classic, 221 to defeat Valerie Bercier, all three in the 10th by 2 pins, 221 to 219. Julia Bond with the 216-206 win over Liz Johnson. Sandra Gongora 212 to 204 over Stephanie Johnson. And Diana Zavyalova 198 to 176 over Maria Jose Rodriguez. With that, folks, as we've done with every other qualifying match play round, Matt and I are going to sign off for just a second, but we're still going to be live here on BullTV.com. So, folks, hang tight. If you're watching on Facebook, this is our final farewell for at least now, but hopefully you come over to BullTV.com, check it out, create a free login, and potentially win. So that's about all we got. So we'll be back for game number 2 in just a moment here at the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic. For the folks watching on Facebook, come on over to Bull TV. It'll be fun. But so we'll sign off for a brief second. Everything will still be good to go on BullTV.com. And Matt and I will be right back. But folks, remember on Bull TV, bowling lives here. Hello again, everybody, on BullTV.com. This is the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith, alongside Matt Cannizzaro, and we are ready for another special guest to join us here in Game 2. We mentioned it's the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic, so fitting we will have a Hall of Famer with us. So without any further ado, let's welcome to the show the one, the only, Anne-Marie Dugan.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Hey, Mary, how are you today?
Doing great.
I'm great. How are y'all doing?
We're doing great. We're watching some PWBA bowling, so it's back. It's been fun. It's been a great week so far. We've had two national tour titleists, our two national tour champions crowned, and a regional title as well. And we're on our final event, the Hall of Fame Classic. It's been super fun to see these competitors back out on the lanes. For you, just talk about the excitement to see the PWBA back at it once again.
Oh, it's been great. I've been jumping in, watching when I can, and seeing the new players that I don't know, and then some of the ones that I do know. It's just great to have women's bowling back on. I like your little bubble you've created.
It's definitely been great. A lot of hard work and effort and just not only for the staff but for the players as well to come into it knowing that obviously there was a very strict set of procedures and protocols to follow, but safety first, and it's been great so far. So just a couple days and then these players can head back to their homes, but the top priority was keeping everyone safe, and it appears it's been it's gone as planned so far. So that's very refreshing, very great. And we're definitely happy to see that.
Yeah, that's great. It's great that you could provide a way for them to bowl, because I'm sure they were, lack of a better way of saying it, chomping at the bit to get on the lanes. In my area, people are bowling, but I know that they're not everywhere around the country. I haven't picked up a ball since March.
Right. Well, Anne-Marie, you have picked up a ball inside this venue in the past. You had a lot of fun on lanes 9 and 10, as a matter of fact, here at the ITRC. I mean, it's a great facility, and I imagine, for sure, for you, a very special win. Tell us about that and being inside that venue, and kind of maybe what some of these ladies are feeling right now being on this stage.
Yeah, it is a really cool place. If people haven't been there, it's a nice place to go. They have a lot of, you guys have a great setup to learn how to bowl and learn a lot about your bowling game. But yeah, I won the senior queens there, and I bowled good there. My ball enters a pin good there. So I always had a good experience there. But it can be kind of a tricky place to bowl. I mean, you can have it, and then all of a sudden you can get to the pocket and you just can't strike. I mean, I'm sure people have seen that on here. But it's really a cool facility. I like it there. Yes.
Now, Anne-Marie, one of the competitors this week who just continues to find success at pretty much at every event she goes to is Liz Johnson, a player you're very familiar with competing against. And she's just continuing to find ways to put herself in position to win. She made the stepladder finals at our second event this week. And, in doing so, she put together one of those blocks that they just makes you say, wow, Liz Johnson still can strike for days, and she's not going anywhere anytime soon. What are some of the things, just as someone who's competed against her throughout the years, what are some of the things that just makes Liz so good out there?
I mean, it's a tribute to her how great she's still bowling, because I'm sure her body doesn't feel as good as some of these young girls. But we used to always say Liz has like ice water in her veins. Nothing throws her. I mean, she is just able to continue through these years to just strike when she needs to and put a lot of strikes together. So, I mean, I'm sure keeping herself in shape, and she has so much experience, and it's really fun to watch her still being able to do her thing. But she is one of the toughest competitors you're going to run against, just by her mental attitude. You might not, her physical game, I mean, you can't even, it's just so solid. She's so solid at the line, such a strong lower body that I think is really her biggest attribute, that she can just really power through a lot of conditions with speed and able to stay in a part of the lane that a lot of people can't stay in. I mean, I can remember just marveling at her. It's like, how is she doing that? How is she able to do that? And it's a pleasure to watch.
Also, earlier this week, any questions that she might have had of dialing it back or slowing down went completely away. She bowled so well that she realized immediately that she's going to be doing this for a very, very long time at the top level. But that does only give you ladies a few more years until she's out there at the senior events doubling up. So you have a couple of years to grab some of that prize money, and otherwise Liz is going to make you work a little bit harder.
I know, and I'm getting to be where I'm one of the older seniors now. I mean, I'm be approaching that 60 in a year and a half or so, and the senior tour, like, we don't have a tour, but the senior tournament seemed to be a little bit different. There's a lot of there are serious competitors, don't get me wrong, but when someone of Liz's caliber comes out, she's probably going to be able to cherry pick pretty good. You kind of expect it. It'd be kind of fun to bowl against her again, and if by chance you caught her on a pair that maybe she didn't figure out, and you could and get a chance to bring back some old memories and compete against her, I would look forward to it.
Well, now, Amory, you and Carolyn and Leanne have all had the opportunity to come out and bowl some of the PWBA events since the return in 2015, and definitely still have the ability to compete and teach some lessons to these young players. Of course, now with the unprecedented 2021 season and 20 events coming up, how much you think we might be able to see you come out and give it a run here over the next couple of months?
You know, I run a pro shop, and I run it by myself. I don't have any employees, although I'm not open right now. If I could get into the bowling center, I could maybe practice. But to be able to compete with these young girls, if there was, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna maybe start trying to bowl a little bit. It's just all gonna have to be on my body. I mean, I'm not a super big person, and I might have to change my game a little bit. I was a little bit more of a power game back in the day, and I just don't really think that I have the strength to continue that and repeat it. Although, I mean, it just would be hard to say. I mean, I even when I went out and bowled, I tried to do it to support. I found out quite quickly that they don't probably really, they had a great turnout, so they didn't need the support. I was maybe worried about that they would need people to bowl. That's never been an issue. I don't put the time in that I should to be bowling with the caliber of the women that are out there right now. And it doesn't do myself justice because I don't feel good about it because I'm not prepared or practiced. And these girls are good. I mean, they come prepared. They're young, they're strong, they're hungry. And, you know, as you get to a certain point in your life, I don't know that I'm as hungry as I was back then. I catch myself when I'm bowling against them, watching them rather than paying attention to what I need to do because it's kind of that excitement too. So I don't know. I'd have to really see. I mean, I think that if I put the time in to get my game where it should be, could I catch a check or something? Maybe on the right condition. But the game has changed a little bit, and I'd have to put some work in. So I like to spend a lot of time on the golf course these days, and that kind of cuts into my practice time.
Understood. Aaron actually got to see the sunshine between blocks today, so he got out there and got a little bit of vitamin D. But now that you aren't out here as much, but you're obviously at home watching a little bit, and you said you like to sit back and see just what the abilities are. And so far this week, we've seen some great scores and some great bowling on a variety of lane conditions. And again, the time that the players put in to be ready as athletes. Just when you fired up Bowl TV for the first time this week, what were some initial thoughts on what you were seeing and how far the ladies have come and how hard they worked, even without 2020 really happening?
Yeah, I'll tell you. And some of the ladies coming from areas where they didn't even have the opportunity to bowl anything, they all look pretty. They look pretty sharp. I mean, you can tell the ones that couldn't bowl probably have been working out physically to keep themselves in shape. And what I really notice is they all just get through it so good. They get through the ball so good. They get it through the front part of the lane great. And I mean, there is so much talent. It's hard for me to even on the Bowl TV to even tell, sometimes spot out who is who. You see a lot of girls that really, it's just hard for me to tell. I don't know them. They're young. I'm like going, oh man, there's another one that throws it good. Oh man, there's another one that throws it good. Who's that? You know, there's a lot of good bowlers out there. Impressive. It's very impressive. And it's really fun to watch. And
we saw a familiar face last night. Jody Shearer made the TV show for the regional. And, you know, she was a star back in 1998, Rookie of the Year, and decided to give it another go and really had an amazing time. How cool is it to see, you know, a player of yesteryear come back and a little bit of nostalgia there and still throws it so well and is very, very motivated right now. And she, too, will be joining those senior ranks in just a few years. So definitely getting ready for that. But no reason she can't be successful out here now.
No, it was really fun to watch Jody. I have to say I was pulling for her, just more for the fact that she was the one I knew the best. But I really was. I was. It was good to see her. I know she struggled a little bit in some of the other events, that because she did bowl the whole thing. I was really glad to see her see that she can really still bowl. She has really Jody always had such a nice soft hand at the bottom. She get out of it so nice, and just it was really fun. I was really hoping that she would win.
So now of the current,
nothing against the lady who did win. That I was happy for her too, but I was pulling for Jody.
Totally understood. Now of the current generation of our stars and some of the up and comers, do you have any favorites? Anybody who you really like to follow and watch and just keep an eye on?
Well, I have to tell you, I'm sure that the Jillian Martin is the talk of the town, and I have watched a little just through my pro shop. I have some youth bowlers that bowl a lot of youth tournaments, so I kind of was aware of her and had seen her a little bit, and that's very exciting to watch. But I mean, I have my favorites probably. I like Jordan Richard. I like to watch her bowl. I like to watch Dasha, of course, because she's just a gem. I can't say that I really have like really a lot of favorites. I really have just been really taking it all in. Maria Jose Rodriguez is a favorite of mine. I like how she bowls. And I just need to get to know some of these younger players. And I like to, the more and more that you guys do these televised and live stream stuff, I'll get to see more of them and pick out my favorites. But the Jillian Martin, she's definitely one to watch. She really reminded me a lot of Tammy Turner when I was Tammy, and I just was like, wow, a little different, a little tiny bit different release, but a little different position at the line, but very, very, very similar.
That's you're actually the second person to compare her to Tammy. Carolyn also made that comparison during the stepladder final, and but in talking to a few folks, another Hall of Famer, a future Hall of Famer as well, we had comparisons to just kind of the EJ Tackett and Nikki Giannoulias as well. So every comparison to her is from another Hall of Famer or soon-to-be Hall of Famer. So that's certainly high praise at such a young age, which makes it great. And to have that kind of variety as well, when people are just seeing you compete and see that fire, that tenacity, that ability to make great shots is just exciting for bowling.
It is. I totally agree. I guess the arm swing going off to the right a little bit would be the Nikki Giannoulias comparison. Nikki did that. She came through at her ball with her arm would kind of go a little out more to the right than most people. And it's just really good to watch. I really like the way that I like the way Jordan Richard throws it too. I think she throws it really good. I like her game a lot.
Yeah, I feel Jordan is a player who's going to kind of fall into that perennial player of the year contender category, and she's been great so far in her few early seasons on tour, and having a nice tournament to kick things off. And we do have an update on standings real quick to get through. So let's take a look at that, because Jordan currently sitting in third place overall, but leading right now, Lindsay Boomershine, 8-1 here in match play. So she's continuing to find ways to win matches. Plus 401. Aaron McCarthy second, plus 385. Jordan Richard third place, plus 340. Jillian Martin plus 322, and Brianna Cote plus 302. That's your top five. Going a little bit farther down the standings, Julia Bond plus 294. Liz Johnson plus 277, Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 245, Sandra Gongora plus 260, and then Stephanie Johnson and Diana Savialova tied for 10th at plus 239.
A couple of my favorites that I like to watch that aren't there are Verity and Daria. They both throw it really good. I like to watch them too. Can't forget about them.
Absolutely, but Anne-Marie, I'm not going to lie, one of my favorite bowlers to watch all time was you. It still is.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Aaron. You're showing your age a little bit.
I always enjoyed and there was always a great photo in the magazines. I think it was for a coaching tape, and you had the follow through going on. I think you were throwing like maybe it was like a storm bolt or something like that, and he had the follow through, and I'm like, man, I want to throw it like that. I never figured it out, but I always just loved how aggressive you were, just throwing pins all over the place. So I definitely always enjoyed the opportunity to watch you compete, and still enjoy that today. But tell us a little bit about how you developed that style.
I don't know that it was just. Thank you, Aaron. But first off, thanks. I appreciate that. And it's kind of just just kind of the way I threw it. I mean, I didn't really learn how to throw it like that. My parents both bowled. I didn't start bowling until I was 16, so I was a little bit older, and I just could always. My favorite bowler growing up was Marshall Holman. I loved to watch him bowl, and maybe that's where the aggressiveness comes through. I don't know, but you didn't get to watch the women a lot. Donna Adamek was a favorite bowler of mine. I grew up competing against her, and I grew up in Southern California, so there were a lot of really good women bowlers in my area, and that's just kind of how I bowl. My mom kind of threw it a little bit like that. And then I just kind of fine-tuned it from there. And I was really lucky with some of the people who helped me growing up. Barry Asher, I'd taken some lessons from him. And he told me, he said, hey, don't change how you let go of it. He goes, just keep doing what you're doing. And I think as I got stronger and more experienced, it developed through there. I had some other people help me through. A lot of people helped me throughout growing up as a bowler. Fred Borden. I took some lessons from Don Johnson. My husband helped me quite a bit, my dad. So it just kind of, evolved into that.
Very cool. Very cool. I think we're going to go ahead and actually switch pairs here. You mentioned Dasha, one of the favorites to watch, and she's stringing some strikes together right now. So let's head over to lanes 1 through 4 real quick. So we'll have the bowling back up in just a second. We're joined by Hall of Famer Anne-Marie Dugan. And we'll actually get to see Dasha on the far right of our screen in just a moment as she looks to make it 8 for 8 against Clara Guerrero.
Every time I hear you mention a name, I forget all the people that I like to watch. I like to watch them all.
From watching them all week, it's been fun for sure. So we've liked seeing the strikes. Hearing the pinfall once again is always great. And seeing the top athletes on the PWBA tour, always a good time. So we got Dasha now, far right of our screen, looking to add another one. I'm hoping she gets it. I've had bad luck with these switches this week.
Have you been given the kiss of death?
I have.
Aaron is the kiss of death this week,
but not this time. All right, 8 for 8. There we go.
Has there been a exceptionally high game? There's been one. Oh. I'm not going to say because I don't. Oh. I know there's been some high ones, but I'm not going to say the one I'm talking about.
299 is the high game so far this week. And that was actually courtesy of Jillian Martin during match play of the first event. So that was super exciting over on lanes 11 and 12. We were going crazy here on Bull TV. It was a good time.
I'm sure she has a lot of 300 games in her future.
The crazy part was she actually has never rolled a certified 300 yet. So that would have been her first certified 300 at a PWBA tour event in match play going against Maria Jose Rodriguez. So that was a pretty fun aspect of that story as well. And it's just.
I'll have a little fun fact. I bowled my first 300 in a PWBA event and my first 800 in Houston.
How about that?
My first 300 was in a PWBA event.
There we
go. It was with a Columbia yellow dot. So kind of telling you back when that was. You both probably weren't even born, I bet. Were you born before 1983?
I was not.
I didn't think so.
Matt was around then though. Matt was hanging around.
Matt, what were you, 1 or 2?
I was 4 in 1983. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm the senior of our team. This job keeps me young for sure.
It's mostly just putting up with me that keeps him young. So,
is that what it is? You hang around young people, it keeps you younger.
All right. As we get ready for this, hopefully exciting 9th and 10th frame, Anne-Marie, what do you say we bring in another fellow Hall of Famer for you?
Oh, great. Just, hey, let me know if you need to kick me off. I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here at home watching bowling.
We're going with the more the merrier the approach right now. So we'd like to welcome in, as once again we mentioned PWBA Hall of Fame Classic. We're bringing in Hall of Famers. Pat Costello is going to be joining us next here. So
nice.
let's bring in Pat.
Hey, how's everybody going?
Great, Pat. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful.
Well,
Guess
thank you.
where I am? In a bowling center.
There we go. Yes, we can. Yeah, it looks like it in the background. So perfect. You're in the right place to be watching bowling, regardless.
Exactly. Well, I just got through coaching my kids, and I said I have to go on. They're bowling.
There we go. Well, thanks for joining us. We're having a good old time here, and we're watching Dasha Kovalova right now. She started with the front 8 strikes, so it's been fun. And we also have one of your students on our feature pair right now, Stephanie Johnson, too.
Oh, I see her. Got to sip that good stuff there. Yeah, she is. I'm very proud of that young lady. That's for sure. Because I heard you asking Anne Maria who she watches and who she likes to watch. Well, no guess who I like to watch.
I'm telling you, Pat, I like to watch them all. There's so many good ones.
You're absolutely right. They're very well practiced. They've dedicated themselves to the game. Where when I bowled, the women worked. And then we bowled 2 weeks, and then we all went back to our jobs, and then we maybe had a tournament here or there. Well, we never got to bowl this many early in my career anyway, one after another. So this is kind of cool.
I think they all definitely they owe that work. They owe that work ethic to their coaches, of course, over the years, and those are things that you have instilled in Steph and all the others since.
Missy is another one I coached when she was on Junior Team USA way back when. I mean, she was a baby. And she had a backswing higher than that. Yeah.
Yeah, that backswing, that is high. That hurts my body. That hurts my body.
It does. Looking at it, doesn't it?
And I think that's still 16 pounds for her, too.
Yep. It tries to keep her swing down, but, here comes Liz. I love watching Liz. Talk about misconsistency, throw the ball the same way every time. I mean, it's, again, well practiced. Doesn't have to do a lot to the ball like some of these girls do. She kind of fakes you out a little bit here and there.
She's had a pretty great event so far. It's been Azari made a step ladder final appearance this week at the Kickoff Classic, and looking to add another with great shots just like that. She's going to take the win as well in our round robin match play format.
Yeah, she's. I guess she's part of the old guard now, Anne Marie.
Yeah. I'd agree. I told them, I said, I bet her body doesn't feel as good getting up in the morning as the other girls.
No. But one thing I do get a kick out of is all the tape they have on their arms and their legs. And, it's like, how did we ever make it through? We didn't have all that stuff.
I'm wondering if maybe some of it isn't preventative. I mean, I have to hope I'm not hurt like that. I don't know.
That was Tish mentioned that as well. We had Tish Johnson on a little bit earlier during the first block today, and she made a mention about the all the extra tape as well. So that's.
I remember Tish bowling a few braces. We used to give her a little bit of a hard time about that. She's had some basketball injuries or something. I'm like, how do you bowl in all that stuff? You got a brace for every joint.
Yeah. Oh, Steph.
All right, we got Dasha stepping up for her 10th frame,
right.
Far right of your
Here
screen.
we go. I want to watch this. Come on, baby. No,
Yeah, she got it in a little. She was hoping.
a little slow. She looked a little slow.
3, 6, 9,
That's
10
all right.
there.
I
But
enjoyed 9 in a row.
Yeah, she's
It
going to
is
win
bowling.
that.
Yeah, these bowling balls nowadays just make this game just insane. I love watching. I don't have to do it anymore. I'll just teach it. I don't have to do it anymore.
I'm sure
Somebody
you
asked me.
still
No,
could.
I don't know. Not with these kids.
Oh, go ahead, Pat.
I was just going to say, I think the game is so different today is where you really have to be in really good physical shape. because of the number, like how many games have they bowled now since they started this? So, I mean, they really have to be in great shape. Their body, their hands, they better have good ball drillers to be able to throw the ball as many times as they throw it every week. I think this is probably about the many games I've seen them bowl in a long time in a row.
Yeah, for the players who have advanced to match play in each round so far, not including step ladders, it's been 21 games leading up to the step ladder, so that's 42. They'll have another 16 by the end of the day, so approaching 60 games total for a few of our competitors already, with at least 8 more to go tomorrow. So quite a week.
Kind of like an old U.S. Open.
I was just going to say that. Yep, that's our U.S. Open format. That's how many games we had to bowl. Yeah, very good.
There we go. And Dasha, no problem on the spare, and she's going to be in the 270s. Call it 276.
Wow.
So very nice game from Dasha there. And, I have to ask both of you, on the current version of the tour, we only have a handful of events that have the round-robin match play. But I know that was more prevalent, back in the 80s and 90s. As far as just kind of the tackling round-robin match play week in, week out, what are some of the toughest things about that, knowing you have to bowl, not only that you have to bowl 24 games, but every game is against a top-tier player, and they're trying to beat you too every time?
I always enjoyed match play. I enjoyed match play probably more than the qualifying. It was faster. It moved faster. You got to throw 2 frames in a row. I enjoyed it.
Because of your lane, the lanes here, because you had to double up, 4 to a pair. Normally, when we do match play, it's 2 to a pair. So, like Anne Marie said, everything moves along quickly. You get into a flow. I loved it. I was like Anne Marie. I was just looking forward to that. Just get through qualifying. In the early days, they didn't carry the pins over, which was not a good thing.
No.
Yeah. And then when we finally got it to where they carried the pins over, now you have a tournament, because now you're going to bowl your qualifying round, and now you're going to go head to head. And we even had a step ladder sort of kind of at the end, but when we didn't have television, sometimes it was just a position round, and that was it. That was the way you finished the tournament. So I just look forward to match play every week. I expected to make it.
Well, that's a good attitude to have.
Well, that's I expected. And you too, Anne-Marie.
I did. I was planning on it. I was planning on being there. I figured, the match play, I always look forward to it, because the lanes would break down a little differently, and lanes transition throughout I very rarely did I feel like, and I don't know about you, Pat, and especially more with the newer balls, the lane condition would not be the same in qualifying. It would always evolve into something different. So if you made it to match play, you always had a chance to win the tournament. I mean, because they could change and be, where you had a good shot, and you could move your way up and win your matches and give you a chance to win the tournament. So
right.
I didn't like it when they changed when I didn't like them as much, and I bowled well, but
Yeah, when the Phantom strikes, and that's it.
The Phantom, yeah. Finding out, though, as you look back on it, I'm sure it's just the way now, especially now, the balls change the lane conditions so much, and who's playing where and who we follow. And, we didn't think about that kind of stuff as much as who was on the lanes with us. I mean, yeah, there were certain people you like to bowl with in qualifying more than others, but I just felt like you were in your own little world. And now, depending on how people are playing them, it seems to evolve in. They're ever changing, and these girls really have to be up on their equipment. They have more bowling balls, and knowing which one to go to, or it was a little different. Maybe our balls weren't as forgiving. They didn't have as much strike power. We had to create that a little bit more with our releases. But now it's, they got to know what they're doing.
It's crazy. I don't know what my thing's doing here. It's not my computer, so I have no idea. I agree with you 110%. I just love watching the girls bowl. I am so happy that they have tournaments to bowl in because I've been privileged to coach at the collegiate level and watch so many of them come through with Stephanie, Clara Guerrero, Maria Jose. Maria Jose came to UCF and wanted to bowl for us so badly and then ended up at Maryland Eastern Shore, which was a great choice for her. But these kids and where they have come, like Jillian, I'm sorry, Jillian, I just made a terrible thing for her. But the opportunities, if we can keep them coming for these fine athletes, because that's what they are. They have to be an athlete to do what these ladies do nowadays. And at the collegiate level, I know in my high school kids the same way. They're starting the weight room and they end on the lanes every day before they go home and do their homework. So it's just about having this opportunity for the kids when they get out of high school or college, somewhere to go. They have to have somewhere to go. And I know Stephanie, when she got out and was ready to bowl, there wasn't a tour, which was really, really, really sad thing. And so now we have it. So I appreciate what USBC and BPAA and everybody and you guys are doing to really get this thing going, because we got to keep it going for these ladies. It's very important for our sport.
I think that's a great point, Pat, because, you mentioned Stephanie, and obviously she was the Rookie of the Year in 2015 once the tour came back. But you look at the players like Shannon Pluhowski, Danielle McEwen, Deandra Asbeatty. All these great players didn't have a place to go to, straight out of college, and but continued to be so great despite that. They had limited opportunities to compete, but when they did, whether it was on the Team USA side or if it was, Queens or U.S. Women's Open, they found a way to just inspire, in my opinion. And, I think, obviously BPWA, USBC made this happen in October of 2014, but I think it was the work of those players and just continually being so great, striving for to have this out there, just made the demands just have to be there. Like someone had to do something about this. And I'm so glad it happened. I'm so glad I've gotten to be a part of it just to watch it a little bit. And it's and now these all these competitors, are serving for that next generation. We look at Jillian, she's 16, but how many young players who are 11, 12, and 13 are watching this right now, who are inspired by her, who are inspired by an Ashley Galante who's up right now, Shannon O'Keefe, and kind of all that. So having this come around is just so important, not only for right now and these players, but for the next generation.
Well, you have Shannon, you have Kayla Bandy, who was the coach of Maryland Eastern Shore, raising all these girls and their expectations to come here. I know back in the day, if the ladies didn't stay together and stand up for what they believed in, we wouldn't have had a tour if it wasn't for John Summers and John Belzone. They were the ones that kept this going and got it to the place where they wanted to retire, and USBC, thank God, took over. But we would have been in the same boat and not had anything, and that just would have been devastating to lose it. So I hope this keeps going for them. I hope and I wish and I pray every day that we can get them more money, because it's sad to see them bowling for money like we bowl for. And they need more money. These ladies, they put in some hours of work. It's hard work.
And it's expensive to travel around. I mean, when you were talking about the women sticking together, Pat, I was the benefit of you women sticking together. And it's kind of like the timing. When I came out on tour, there was a tour, and we had a lot of stuff to do. And that was one of the reasons when they started this one up in 2014, I wanted to support it, knowing full well I probably wasn't in a position to really go out there and win or do anything like that, but just to support it, because it's always about the women before you and what their sacrifices that they made to, because a lot of people sacrificed a lot of things to be a ladies tour, and it's just fantastic to see it. And hopefully we get to see more and more. The boys, I grew up watching the men's tour because there really wasn't a ladies tour on TV. You would sporadically there might be. So the little boys, they watched the the men's tour, and that's what the girls want. So we need our little girls to have women to watch them and to aspire to be and to have heroes of. And so this is fantastic.
And I like what you've done to allow your people to watch this for free up until the stepladder finals. And yeah, they should pay a little bit to see that, because what we've seen so far has been really, really worth every dime if you had to pay for it. So I really do believe that they have to feel like they're supporting bowling. If we didn't have Bowl TV, how would we be seeing this wonderful bowling and these great ladies? So yeah, somebody's got to pay for it. Nothing is free, right, guys? Although I know you two are working for free, because I know how that. But it's not for free, and it's well worth the money to pay for the show. And I really appreciate USBC Bowl TV doing that. I think it's a great plan.
Absolutely, and we're as I said earlier, we're just honored to be a part of it, being able to just have a little side of or just a little part of it. That's it's an honor for us every tournament we get to go to get to see these competitors. And last season was my first full year out on tour, kind of being out there every week, and it's just a community out there. And I think that's a big part of it as well. It becomes not necessarily just all right, we're going to another bowling center. There's the excitement behind it. There's the family of the traveling staff that becomes a family. The players in their own way kind of become family as well throughout the course of it. So for us, it's been a real treat these past couple of years, specifically for me. But I know that that community has kind of grown for the folks who have been in it a little bit longer than I have as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see the girls have a little bit more fun than they have, though. They're too serious.
We always have
fun. That is just me.
Speaking of fun, we know we had some great stories from Tish Johnson earlier. She had a few things that she was able to tell on the air, of course, for a family show. But for you two ladies, Amory and Pat, while you're out there, again, these friendships form, but on the lanes, I imagine it's all business, essentially. But do you have any good stories or memories of each other out there? Any times that maybe you would have met over the years, or any memorable matches, or just anything that stands out with each other?
I don't.
Well,
I mean, you must have one.
Well, I bowled very, like when I came out, Pat was at near the end of her career, but she bowled some tournaments, and Pat, I would say that you were pretty animated on the lane. Pat was very animated, a great bowler. I was kind of terrified to bowl against Pat, and my way to be terrified was try to bowl the best game I could, because I think that when you look up to somebody and then you have to bowl them, and you're thinking, oh man, I was afraid to bowl her. I don't know, afraid.
That's probably why she struck so many times.
I wasn't
that's
afraid.
All she ever knew.
I wasn't afraid of her as a person, but to bowl her, she's pretty intimidating. She's tall. She throws a great ball. She strikes a lot, and I'm like, oh man. So it was kind of intimidating. But you know what? Most of the women, when you went out there, even when you were bowling against them, I would say the women were pretty welcoming and pretty nice. You realize that everybody's out there making their living, trying to we're all trying to get a check. We're all trying to do what we do. So you have the mutual respect of one another. And
that's true. We did.
On the lane. Yeah, on the lanes, I don't know that, I know I had to learn how to control my temper and to be more, realize that the other people around me courteous and not, cause anyone to mess up by my tantrum or whatever. And, but as far as stories on the lane, more of my stories are afterwards and hanging out, and we had a lot of fun. We would hang out together, and when you talk about it being a family, I would say that even with the lane, like we used to refer to our lane man, Sean Perry, as a Prince of Darkness, and so we called him that. To this day, I've seen texts and stuff, Prince of Darkness, and just
I can only my favorite story that I tell is we're at Bowl Dallas. It was when the Hammers came out. the Black Hammers. That tells you how long ago that was. Don't anybody say the year that was. And we were all sanding the balls, which you can't do now. And sparks were flying at the heads of the lane. And I used to use this Clairol grip cream stuff on my fingers. Anne-Marie probably heard this story. And I threw a really good shot. And of course, I didn't strike. And my temper was one that, well, I'm a Taurus. What can I say? So I took that little bottle and I screwed that cap right on there. And I took it and I threw it in my bag to the right. Now the bag is sitting on the settee area. So I threw it in the bag. The bag hits the settee area. I mean, the jar hits the settee area, goes up in the air about 15 feet. Pam Buckner is up on the approach to my right. She's getting ready to bowl. And here it comes down right in front of her, lands on the approach. All it does is spin. And if you're familiar with Pam Buckner's laugh, nobody could bowl after that for at least 5 minutes. I mean, she was laughing and laughing. And, if it was anybody else, who knows what would have happened. But Pam just thought that was the funniest thing she'd ever seen in her life. I couldn't do it again if I tried, but I don't want to try again. But she was just the best person about the whole thing. There was no grumpiness. There was no throwing the ball down and all this kind of stuff. She just was the best person in the world for that situation to happen. So, I mean, it's those kinds of things. I think we laughed a lot more. We joked with each other on the lanes while we were bowling, whether it was serious or not. Pam Buckner had the 200-300 games back to back. It was a crazy place. I don't know how many people were even bowling when she got to this close to the second one. And everybody was there for everybody else. I never bowled for the money because there really wasn't any. I always bowled for the trophy for my father because that's what he wanted. He wanted the trophy. My mother wanted the check because she was the banker of the day. So when I walked in and I saw a trophy I liked, I said, "Oh, this could be a good week." Yeah, all right, But don't you think, Anne-Marie, we were just a bunch of, we're there to have fun, make some money, win some tournaments, but it was about being there with each other that was the best part, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. And when we talk about Pam Buckner, I'm just thinking here of how Pam would flick her towel and it would end up in a perfect square. You remember how she had her funny way to flick her towel, and it always was perfect. I'm like,
but she's left-handed. We can't forgive her for that.
Yeah, yeah. It was probably less about the money because they didn't talk about the money that much.
No.
No.
See, Aaron, I'm a little bit torn right now. I really like the stories of the camaraderie and the campfire feel to it, but I also kind of want to see Anne-Marie lay into a ball return once or twice too.
I will tell you. I have to tell you. I mean, I did a lot of air kicks. I have never planted my foot in a ball return. Okay?
Me neither.
I haven't
there's still
planted
time.
Okay, so now I'm smarter. I know other fellow competitors that have broken bones in hands from walls, and I have hit things hard with my hand and thought that I did something bad. Kicking the ball return, an air kick, yes, a flinging around. I do have kind of one similar to throwing something in South Bend, and I was pretty fortunate that I flung my towel and it went like a frisbee into the back, and it knocked a spectator's drink over and spilled it on them. That was the most mortifying, horrifying, and luckily the gentleman was so kind. And it was embarrassing. So, come on, Matt, I have to kick the ball return. I just looked like I.
I think you just I might have nicked it, but I never wailed on it.
I never full planted. No, never full planted.
I'm looking at this thing. What is you could play Pat's 20 greatest episodes on the break between the next game? What the heck is that?
That's looking back at your 1974 season that we had in the top 20 countdown.
Oh yeah, that was good. I remember that.
Nice.
Okay, I'm just reading this stuff here, trying to figure out what people are saying. I'm being nosy, but I'm enjoying talking to you all and watching the ladies, and kind of talking about old times is kind of good too. But these girls are pretty repetitive. They're pretty consistent. And that's what I like to see. And that's why you see the benefits of their scoring. I mean, the scoring's been pretty good this week.
Since we are watching all match play for the next 2 days here, either one of you, Emery or Pat, is there anybody who you absolutely love to bowl against because you always had her number, and anybody that you just absolutely did not want to bowl against because you couldn't figure out how to get it done?
I always wanted to bowl against everybody because I figured, if this person's number one, I want to do the best I can. On any given day in any bowling center, you could beat anybody. Now, that's what's kind of so great about our sport. If you're a professional at this sport, you can take on anybody. You can take on the world, and that's how you have to look at it. You can't go out to this tournament that these girls are bowling here and not expect to have a chance to win. I don't know that any of these girls came here thinking they weren't going to have a chance to win. So, who would I like to bowl against? I'd probably like to bowl against Laverne Carter again because she was like the epitome to me when I was growing up. And she was funny. She was animated. I got to bowl with Marion Ladewig when I was 14, and that was great. So, I mean, those people were great to me. Helen Duvall, those wonderful people. Now, Jordan Richards is a mini me, and that's the girl that I really enjoy watching her because she's not a Patty Petite little thing. She gets up there, does her thing, and she's strong like a bull, like a bee. And I enjoy watching her bowl. How about you, Anne-Marie?
Well, I can't think of anyone that I would think that I wanted to bowl because I felt like I had an upper hand because, as Pat said, anybody could beat anyone at any time. And I did like bowling against Donna Adamek and Nikki Giannoulias and Virginia Norton, especially when I was out on the tour because those are the women that I grew up around. Pat, you're a California girl too, aren't you?
You bet.
Yep. And I was thinking that's where the fiery attitude came from, California. But anyway, I will tell you, I think that every time I bowled this person, they bowled 50 plus. Debbie McMullen, I feel like she had my number. She would bowl 259 at me every time. I get to bowl and I go, oh God, I have to bowl 250 because I know Debbie said she 250. It wouldn't matter if she was in 24th or if she was in 5th or 2nd. She'd bowl 250 at me. So I'd say she had my number.
Are you hearing the 50-50 ticket?
Pat, your cheeseburger platter's ready. Pat, your cheeseburger's ready.
No, it's 50-50 drawing. Let's see if it's my ticket. No, I don't have a ticket.
Hey,
I was here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. So it's a busy place. We're lucky to have a wonderful place like this. It's open. Masks are required, but I have my mask here like a good person in case somebody walks up. But we're very, very lucky to have a place that we can all come in and bowl and enjoy ourselves.
A very familiar place for the PWBA tour as well.
Yes. It's a great place to have an event. And what's wonderful is all of a sudden I was contacted to be the bowling coordinator for the 2022 USA Special Olympic National thing. I don't know. They got so many names for it. But it's going to be here in Orlando. They're going to be housed at Disney World. I mean, it's going to be a great event. I don't know what to expect yet, but again, they're starting now for 2022. So I will learn quickly, I'm sure. But those are the kinds of things I like to do now, Anne-Marie, with bowling.
Oh, Special Olympics are fun. We have big Special Olympic it's going to be packed in there, Pat. It will be packed.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
Socially distanced.
Yeah, but bowling is a great Special Olympic sport. That's one thing I used to enjoy. Fran we'd have maybe a Special Olympic squad of a pro-am and I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. I felt like it kind of brought me back to reality a little bit to say, hey, you're pretty lucky you get to do what you can do. And these people that bowl the Special Olympics, they loving every minute of it, and it's great. I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to get my local ladies that are maybe hopefully they won't be bowling at that time to help me. And the more stars I can have, the better. A lot of these girls all live around me, so being in Florida now, I'm lucky. So I can have the Ashleys, and I could bring Stephanie in maybe or something. You know, you just never know. But I want to show all these women, they need to be out there. One thing that I really get frustrated with is when I'm at an event or these ladies are at an event and it's bowling related and they're not recognized as being there. That's one of my pet peeves, that we need to get the industry all on board, whether it's a men's tournament, a women's tournament, whatever it is. You've got to let people know these fine athletes, these champions, Hall of Famers that are bowling out there are standing back watching them bowl. I think bowlers will love that. They would absolutely love it.
All right, folks, we are into game number 3 of 8 here, second round of match play at the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic, and we are joined by a pair of Hall of Famers, Anne-Marie Dugan and Pat Costello. Before we get back to the conversation, we do have some updated standings now after 2 games here in this block, so we'll get through those real quickly. Lindsay Boomershine continues to find ways to win. She's 9-1 in match play right now, holding on to the lead over Jordan Richard plus 414, Jordan at plus 391. Erin McCarthy in third place plus 352. Jillian Martin continuing strong plus 345. Liz Johnson currently holds the 5th spot plus 343. Dasha Kovalova plus 308 after that big 276. Stephanie Johnson there, Pat, plus 299, moves into 7th place. Maria Jose Rodriguez and Brianna Cote tied for 8th at plus 270, and Julia Bond rounds out the top 10 with plus 265. So right now we have actually it looks like we're gonna have a quick sideline report from inside the TRC as well. So Nathan Moore, a buddy of ours who's been joining us a couple times, is going to be joined by Hall of Famers Anne-Marie Dugan and Pat Costello as well. So Nathan, welcome to the party.
Hey, Aaron, don't sound so disappointed when you realize that you're coming on.
Well, hey, Nathan's a Hall of Famer as well. Don't forget.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'll take it. Thanks, Matt. Thank you.
Hi, Nathan.
Hi, y'all. I'm sorry. Right. I think I made Aaron step off because I'm having to yell. Let me stand closer and talk closer to the mic so I'm not yelling.
Say Aaron.
Absolutely.
You're so good having your mask on. What a good guy.
Everybody's telling me to be quiet now.
Oh yeah, you can't talk loud. You're there.
I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Now all I've got is a forehead in the screen. That's good. Thanks, Jason.
Nathan, Erin's been bowling so well. We talked a little bit about it last block, but now she's got, let's see, it looks like the front 5 now on 7 and 8. And just tell us a little bit about what's been working well for her so far this block.
Well, we see if we jinxed her. We did, but we'll take 9. So they're harder tonight. They're a lot harder tonight. So what we did, we tried to really control the front to back early. It kind of worked the first game. She bowled 2-0 with a missed spare. Got the 20 pins, and then had to make a ball change last game. And we went to the ball that we used this morning, and it just wanted to go through the spot. It wanted to go through the spot and not return. And then when she squared up, it overhooked. So they got flatter. So we went to a ball that goes a little more forward down lane. Erin is so good at changing her angle, changing her hand, and getting comfortable that we're very comfortable so far making changes. We've got a good idea what our balls do, and she can execute better than most.
All right, Maria is hanging around as well.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about her. I know I haven't seen a score, I think, north of 200 yet, but I'm sure she's waiting for them to open up.
Right, yeah. Well, one of the things we're going to work on in the next 3 months, because she is trying to figure out how to get them a little hard, hit them a little harder the first 2 or 3 games. She's about to go crazy, not being able to bowl more than 180 or 190 the first couple of games. But no, it's better. We actually switched to the same ball that Aaron's throwing for the same idea. It's a rogue assassin. Same idea. It goes a little more forward off the spot. Doesn't make her open her angles as much and gives her a little bit more room left, which is good when they're a little flatter. She actually just got her first trip 4 of the week in this game, so things are looking up.
All right, Nathan, we'll let you get back to it, but
Yeah, sure.
Thanks again for the report.
Hey, no problem.
Give her my best.
Oh, we
Give her
will.
my
We
best.
will.
Yes, good luck.
We will. Thank you, guys. Have fun on here, all right?
Will do.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Bye.
Nathan.
Bye.
Yeah, Maria Jose. That girl can golf, huh, Anne Marie?
Yes, she can. She can flat hit it. Yes. She said they give her a hard time because she played golf when she was young and she chose bowling.
Yeah.
And she was quite the golfer, and she probably still is. I haven't got to play with her lately. How about you, Pat? Are you playing golf?
Live in Florida, yes, you have to play golf. You know what? I love it. I love it. If I can hit it and find the ball and hit it again and find the ball, then I'm really happy. I don't keep score. I don't play serious because bowling is the serious part of me, period, end of story. So when I go out, all the ladies want me to join the league, and I said, no, I don't keep score. I have a great time. I have a great attitude. I'm out in the sun. What better is that? Life is good. No competition in golf for me. The bowling was enough for me, and I enjoyed every minute of it. I still enjoy it. All the kids out here that are bowling, I completely enjoy teaching them, watching them grow, having them get excited about the sport. I have a 6-year-old little girl out here that bowls two-handed and rolls a 12-pound ball, and she is as big as a minute. And I'm so proud of these kids. So it's exciting. That's what I do for fun.
I wonder if we're going to see any women two-handers as the game evolves. We haven't really seen that many yet.
They're coming.
I would think they probably would be, but
I would agree with Pat on that. At least on the collegiate ranks, there's a few two-handed young females who are out there competing on a weekly basis with a few of the collegiate programs, and I think we definitely see it on the younger side as well. Obviously not quite as prevalent as the on the men's side, or on the boys' side, I should say. But I think we will be getting there sooner rather than later.
yeah, there's been a few.
I have 3 right here tonight, so that's pretty good, I think. Yeah, they tell. I think I ought to bowl with one hand. I said, you're really pretty good at this. Let's try to stick with this a little bit more. So just a matter of encouraging them, getting them to do what they would like to do, making sure their bodies allow them to do what they want to do.
Now, when we ran out, go ahead, Pat.
I don't know how many, how long you're going to be able to bowl with two-handed compared to all of us old people that can still bowl with one hand. So as long as their bodies are strong and they don't have to get injured, I think it's great. I think girls need to do it. Come on, girls, get out there with your 2 hands and let's go do it.
Now, we mentioned the standings. Lindsay Boomershine was 9-1 in match play, and she actually started this game with the front 7 before leaving a 10-pin. So she's going to be 10-1 pretty soon. So could you both tell me about just a crazy run you went on in match play where you didn't lose for 24 games or something cool like that? What's kind of been the best run during a match play block that over the course of a full tournament that you ever had?
I can only remember 1978 in Dallas when I shot my 863. That block, I can't even remember what I shot for 6 games, but I didn't lose any game. That whole thing. And that's about all I can remember about that whole thing. I can't remember bowling. I can only remember what people said to me. It was really funny, but. I don't recall I don't know. I might have had an 8-game thing, but the way our women were on tour, I mean, there were some really, really great bowlers bowling there. So if you could get past 8 games, I think you're on a really good streak. I don't know. How about you, Anne Marie? What did you have?
I just one comes to mind for me. I shot a block in Omaha one year. It's hard for me to remember. I mean, I don't. But I shot 492 over for 8. I think it was. And I won all 8, and I went from I don't know, second. Because lanes, for me, the lanes were, I mean, trust me, you don't shoot that much over not having a good look. It wasn't like I was splitting boards, I'm sure. But I had something that nobody else had, and that one comes to mind for me. I could, for some reason, I mean, and I don't know what it was, I would get focused on something if I got a good look. So I had a lot of 4 and 8 game records at that time where I could strike a lot. And I wish, in looking back on it, I wish I had those in spare records because that's what makes the money. But I was pretty young. I was a pretty young bowler when I first went on a tour because I didn't start bowling until I was 18, and I was on tour when I was 20. So I had to develop my game a lot on tour. I do remember that one too. Really big block in Omaha and winning all 8.
Yep. Good times were had by all.
Yes. Yeah, and you have to realize, Aaron, it's hard for us to remember these match game things because we usually in our tournaments we either bowled 18 games of match play or 24 games of match play per tournament. Yeah. So we've bowled a lot of match play. I try to tell people, they say, I haven't bowled since March, and I go, are you worried about bowling again? I go, my bowling body has good memory. I've bowled a lot of games.
True.
I hope. We bowled a lot of games.
Absolutely. And as we kind of get toward the end of Game 3 here, there a big moment during the 2019 season was the return of the PWBA Hall of Fame. And Anne Marie, I know you got to be part of that celebration as well. Just how important is it to have that back for all these players out here right now to not only have something to strive for outside of the trophy every week and kind of looking to set their legacy, but just to learn about just the great players who came before them, who kind of paved the way for them. I unfortunately missed the ceremony in 2019 in Wichita, but from folks, when they started hearing the records and the just runs that you and Wendy and Leanne had on the lanes and some of the TV records and all that, I just heard that there were just these faces of shock and awe of how, well, thinking about kind of the records now, and you kind of look at it and, people aren't making shows like that as often and all that, but it sounded like just an amazing night to bring everyone together, not only to celebrate, but to learn. And how important is that moving forward to, inspire these young players to join you there?
I'm so glad they brought back the Hall of Fame because to me, it adds credibility to your sport in a way because, if these girls don't have anything to strive for, and it gets time for old people like us to reminisce and of our fun times, and it's history. I mean, it's the history of the sport. You have to have a history of your sport, and to have a Hall of Fame is part of it. And I felt really fortunate that they let me be involved in that ceremony. Sometimes people might have thought, well, what's she doing there? Because I was inducted in, I think, 2004 was the year I was inducted. And the tour had stopped, and I never got to never got to say a speech. I never got to thank the people that helped me get there. So I was felt really fortunate that they did let me go in on that. And it was fun with Wendy and Leanne because, we all kind of bowled during the same era time. I'm a little older than they are. I was out there a few years before them. But I just feel like that it's something that means I don't think you start bowling thinking, I'm going to make the Hall of Fame. But it's kind of like a cherry on top of the icing after having a good career to have something like that. I don't think you start out thinking, oh, I'm going to be a bowler and make the Hall of Fame. But it's a very exclusive group, and I feel very privileged to be a part of it.
Yeah, I was glad they finally did it again too. I'm very proud to serve on the Hall of Fame committee, so it's kind of it was great to be asked. And actually, I think Maria Jose and the ladies it was really nice that they kind of suggested me, which was really kind of I thought was cool. So that's like being nominated again for the Hall of Fame when you're the up and coming stars say, Pat needs to be on the committee, and I thought that was really, really cool. So I felt very, very fortunate that the ladies thought that much of me to say I needed to do that. So I love it. I wish we could do it again real quick, but we have to wait another year, I guess. Be safe.
Yeah, there were
Safety
a lot
first,
of women.
absolutely.
A lot of women with careers deserved to be in there, and since they weren't having it, they weren't getting their just due. So it's great.
Yeah.
And I know they put together quite a stellar Hall of Fame committee. I'm sure you guys will do a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice group of people, a very knowledgeable group of people, which is really cool. Oh, and Robin and Jeannie, they're on there too.
Oh, your buds.
Yep. Yep. It's really cool.
I can imagine the stories that go on in there. Might be interesting.
I don't know that there's all these girls out here striving to be in the Hall of Fame. But, as like, for example, Liz, let's say she wasn't in yet, and she's out here bowling and she has the resume and, it's getting on in her years. It's like, oh, man, then that's when you start thinking about it. I don't think I ever thought about it until I was basically thinking, okay, well, I'll be done soon. But I got in the Hall of Fame before I was really done. And I didn't, not that I didn't like it. That wouldn't be nice to say, but I just thought it was too early in my career to be in the Hall of Fame at that time because I was still bowling very actively. And I think that's something that we should wait on until somebody maybe is more toward almost to the end of their career and they're thinking about retiring or something. I think it would have meant a lot more to me than it did when I was 40. So I would have wished I was a little older, but I'm very grateful. I'm not going to say no, thank you. I'm very grateful, and that the fact that Helen Baker did it, that I'm even more grateful.
Absolutely.
I wonder if I do appreciate. Oh, sorry, Aaron. I said I wonder if I do appreciate a little bit more that I did my induction speech in 2018, I guess it was, or 2019. I probably did appreciate it a little bit more rather than feeling like I could still bowl, and then you're in the Hall of Fame. You think, oh, am I washed up? I guess I'm washed up. I'm going in the Hall of Fame. But things are changing and time is changing. It would. If they didn't have the Hall of Fame, it would be a shame if a bowler of the caliber of Liz Johnson didn't get an induction, and the young people that are attending the banquet or the publicity from it don't get to hear everything that she's done. I mean, they're probably their jaws will be going like this.
Well, because I think Stephanie Johnson, who's 37, which makes me go, that can't be. That is not right. Because isn't she still 18? But can you imagine her 3 years from now being inducted in the Hall of Fame? No, I can't see that. So I think that that's one thing that the committee has to really look at. And we have so many anyway who haven't had the chance yet to get in, who don't bowl anymore. I think it'll be a while before these youngins get on the list.
Yeah, I doubt they're really worrying about it at this point. Shannon O'Keefe's and they're worried about winning tournaments still. They're building their resumes still.
Exactly.
They're still hungry. Mm-hmm.
19 more years at Team USA. They can do that. They love it.
Absolutely.
And it is just to point out real quick, the age now for the Hall of Fame, the reinvented Hall of Fame is 50. So they're going to have a few more years to perform and get those accolades. And
so cool.
So just
Yeah,
That's a good call. I think that's a good call.
Lindsay shot 279. Wow.
She did. Yep. She's and she had won her first two matches, and that's the beauty and potentially the frustration for some folks as well of round robin match play. She won her first two matches with a pair 180 games, but was still able to find it out as they were tough, and found a pair that opened up that she was able to open them up on, and all of a sudden she's gaining 100 pins on everybody just like that.
Man, she's on fire. She is on fire.
She's been bowling great throughout the course of not just this event, but the entire series so far. One of just 3 players to make match play at each event. So when we talked about someone who's had north of 50 games already this week, Lindsay is one of those players, and still putting up 270s.
Yeah.
She's really due. She has not won yet, has she?
She has not won yet. That is correct.
Yeah, she's really been knocking on the door quite a few times, and maybe this is going to be her day or her week or however you would put this. That's kind of hard because even now when they pull all these tournaments, like 3 tournaments in how many days, but and these are the players that have bowled the best, because isn't it this the combination qualifying was of the 2 previous tournaments? Is that how this, if I read it correctly?
Yep, that's it. These 24 players were the top 24 from qualifying from the first 2 events. So you had to qualify through that. So, it was interesting. You mentioned it earlier that this event actually had pinfall drop at the start of it. So the qualifying totals helped you get in, but once they started it up, it was back to 0 for everybody. So it's been kind of crazy and hectic seeing the scores jump all around in the early going here. But it's starting to settle in, and Lindsay's one of those players who's starting to create some separation from the rest of the field. And
Well, guys, I have to go pretty soon because I'm using somebody's computer to do this on. So,
thank you for us.
Oh, Jordan, I didn't mean for you to do that. I just want to tell you thank you very much for allowing me to be included in this. I think this is great. Again, like I told you before, it's all about the women bowlers, and let's try to get them some more money. And thank you, Bowl TV, USBC, for doing all this. I really appreciate it. And you two guys, you're the best.
Thanks, Pat. We appreciate it, and we'll see you soon.
You bet, but guys, I hope so.
Absolutely.
All right, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Nice job.
Bye, Pat. Nice talking to you.
Good luck. I got to find out how to do this. There we go. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off here pretty quick. I don't know. Maybe you're probably getting sick of me here.
Never.
No. Hey, Matt, I noticed you said, is it 20 pins bonus for match play?
30 pins for a victory.
Oh, I thought you said 20. It is 30. Okay.
I talk funny though. We knew that. That's why I became a writer. It's all good.
Where are you from?
I was born in New York and grew up in Florida. So I knew Pat way back in the day as well. My brother actually bowled for UCF many, many moons ago.
Nice.
And while we have a break here, let's take a quick second. We mentioned.
Yeah, I might watch one more. I'm going to watch.
Oh, what was that, Anne-Marie?
Nothing. Go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say, while we wait for the next game to start, we mentioned Pat's top 20 video. So let's go ahead and play that for the folks while we wait for game number 4 to get underway.
Now we hear her. She wanted it.
And it's the year of Romo on the LPBT Tour. Well, fearless, Kelly.
Yes, she does.
Shannon O'Keefe is going to win this one.
That she does what she has to do to win.
The year 1974 saw a U.S. president resign for the first time in history when Richard Nixon stepped down after the House Judiciary Committee announced it would be adopting 3 articles of impeachment against him for his role in the Watergate scandal. Patty Hearst, the 19-year-old daughter of publisher Randolph Hearst, was kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army. The Godfather Part 2 hit theaters and was widely considered by critics to be the greatest movie sequel of all time. And Stephen King's best-selling novel Carrie was released, scaring the daylights out of teens and high school bullies the world over. And in the world of women's professional bowling, Pat Costello, who originally hailed from the Sunshine State of California, put together the greatest season of her Hall of Fame career. Costello showed promise in the sport at a young age, becoming the first female junior bowler in history to roll a certified 300 game at the age of 13. After turning pro, Costello won her first title in 1968 and was the owner of 2 career victories heading into the 1974 season. Her first win of that year came in Irving, Texas, and it was a big one, the BPAA U.S. Women's Open. 2 months later, she would notch her second win of the year in Flint, Michigan, at the Columbia 300 PWBA Championship. She would follow that up with her third win of the season in the very next tournament, taking home the Charlie Parker Pro Shop Open in Cranston, Rhode Island, and then capped off the season by winning her 4th and final title of the year in Canton, Ohio. Costello would go on to claim 13 career professional tour victories, and when she retired from the tour, she was one of the all-time leading money winners in women's professional bowling history. She was inducted into the WIBC Hall of Fame at the age of 38 in 1986, and then the PWBA Hall of Fame in 1997. But it was her stellar 1974 campaign that landed her on our list as the 13th greatest season in PWBA history.
And there we have it, Pat Costello's 1974. Let's head back to the action, though, on the lanes with USBC and PWBA Hall of Famer Anne-Marie Dugan.
That was fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a fun series put together. Jason Thomas did a great job on putting together all the videos. Of course, we get the little cameo from him as well at the beginning, kind of reliving the year that was in bowling. It looks like potentially we'll have JT join us as well to talk a little bit about that. So, Jason Thomas.
Looked like a different Jason Thomas, didn't it?
That was that was a couple months ago. So the transformation is
it's pretty crazy. Yeah, but no, that was a super fun series. You know, it was really interesting to go back and do some of the research on the seasons and find out some of the behind the scenes stuff that I didn't know about the tour, even though, you know, I thought I knew a lot about it. But there were just so many interesting stories that we couldn't even tell in the 20 Greatest series, which maybe we'll get to explore in another series.
Absolutely, it was fun to watch him each and every week, and yes, absolutely, that was the history portion of it was exceptional. But of course, the videos, the photos, also helped really tie it all together.
Yeah, there's a great book, Anne-Marie, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, called The Book of Basketball by Bill Simmons. I know you're a big sports fan, but anyway, even if you're not, I'll explain. So one of the things he does in the book is he has a wine cellar team. And what that means is, you know, people always debate over who the greatest bowler of all time is, right? And it's always hard to do. But I thought the 20 Greatest was cool because it's kind of like a wine cellar, right? You take somebody from a certain year, and that's the best anybody's ever been, right? And Patty Costello's, you know, she ended up having 2 seasons in the top 10. She was the number 1 all time, had 7 titles in 1 year. But what's your pick for the wine cellar best year that anybody's ever had on the PWBA tour?
You know, without knowing a lot of the history of back before, but I do remember how dominant Lisa Wagner was especially during the World Cup times when that first came out. She won an awful lot. That during Alita Sill had just really, really some really great years.
Yeah,
so
they
hard.
both
You know,
they both had seasons on the list, but yeah, what was the best you ever when you were out on tour? The best, like somebody you just knew that was the one to beat every week
well,
for a short period of time.
in the latter part of my year, it would probably have been Wendy McPherson. And then in the early part of my year, it would have been Lisa Wagner or Alita Sill. I mean, they won. It's like every other, that was kind of I was kind of in between those kinds. There's so many, I'm kind of like you, Jason, where, you say, oh, it's hard to pick the greatest, because I always kind of feel like it's apples to oranges. Watching a lot of football and they say Tom Brady, greatest of all time. Everybody has their time. It's not, it's just hard it's so hard.
I remember
There's so many
the night we had the Hall of Fame induction. You were there. I know you remember this. And Jason Overstreet did short introductions of each of the inductees before you got up and gave your speech. And he was rattling off some of Wendy's statistics. And at one point, she made 15 consecutive TV shows. And the current players in the room were doing the math in their heads, and they're like, "That's every show for a whole season she made in a row." They were like, "That we can't imagine something like that happening nowadays. It's just crazy."
Yeah, it is crazy. And when you have your good times going, and a lot of Hall of Fame bowlers will have that. I know you might not have it in 1 year. You might have had the end of 1 year and then the beginning of another year. It's always kind of like in the season. And in our season, we're a little different, kind of like these ladies are bowling, where you'll have, you might have 8 tournaments, and then there'll be a month off, and then you'll have 8 turns. So the years and the bowling calendar is a little different than, meaning where our season might start in August and then it would go to, May, or it's just a little different kind of calendar.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's all good stuff.
I could never be a historian.
I appreciate you coming on with us tonight. I'm going to go look for some other stories about what's happening out here, but it's been really cool listening to you and Pat talk about, the past and the current and the present.
Thanks for having me. And I think I'm going to probably sign off here too, because I've got to get some dinner, and I'm going to watch some more bowling, and I've just enjoyed it. And again, thank you for inviting me on. Thank you to the PWBA, the USBC, everybody involved. You guys do a fantastic job in keeping women's bowling out there and keeping people informed about it, and all your Facebook stuff. And I mean, it's just great. You guys do a really good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emery.
Thanks, guys.
See you soon.
Thanks, Emery.
Alrighty. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye. All right, JT.
That was a lot of fun. That was really cool getting to hear some of those stories, and hopefully we'll get to hear a few more. Still working on bringing in some more guests. We do have a pretty exciting pregame show lined up for you guys tomorrow with the bowler of the 70s, the bowler of the 80s, the bowler of the 90s, and the bowler of the 2000s on the pregame show for us tomorrow. We've got Betty Morris, Lisa Wagner, Wendy McPherson, and Carolyn Doran-Ballard on the pregame show for the stepladder finals tomorrow night. It's going to be pretty cool.
That is a Hall of Fame lineup if I've ever heard one. So that's fantastic. That's going to be exciting. And we already had enough excitement waiting with the stepladder final. We're going to add on top of it. This is what we like to do here at Bowl TV, folks. So JT, that's awesome news. Thanks for sharing. I'm glad everyone signed up for that, and we're ready to go. So we'll let you get back at it, and we'll get back to the action.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Matt Cannizzaro, what a fun conversation with Pat Costello and Anne-Marie Dugan, a pair of USBC and PWBA Hall of Famers.
So we're putting on the miles, going down memory lane, and it is good stuff. They have lived it. I really look forward to the conversations that aren't live on the air, because those are the stories that you'd never forget. But either way, certainly hearing about the good old days and just hearing their reaction and seeing them analyze some of the players, that's definitely cool stuff.
Absolutely. And folks, we know you're probably tired of looking at Matt and I, so we're going to go full screen for a second, but we'll get a Game 3 update in just a moment. So once again, a big thanks to Anne-Marie Dugan, Pat Costello for joining us here on BullTV.com for the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic from the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Game 4 of 8 in this second round of match play. One more tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, before our top 5 make it to the stepladder finals, 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night right here on Bull TV. So we'll be back in just a second with a few scores for you. So settle down, sit tight, and we'll see you soon. All right, Bolt TV fans, we are in game number 4 of 8, round 2 of match play here at the 2021 PWBA Hall of Fame Classic, taking place at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith, alongside Matt Cannizzaro and Jason Thomas. And as promised, we do have some standings available. We ran those across the screen a little bit earlier, but let's run them down right now. We mentioned Lindsay Boomershine, 279 in her previous game, now 10-1. Leads the way. She is at plus 523, nearly 100 pins ahead of second place. Erin McCarthy at plus 425. Jordan Richard in third, plus 423. And Jillian Martin, 9-2 in match play. So the young standout finding a way to collect wins left and right. is fourth place at plus 412, and Liz Johnson at plus 407 round out your top 5. Moving a little farther down the standings here, also in the top 10. Stephanie Johnson has moved into 6th place. She's at plus 334, 73 pins out of the number at the moment. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 321. Dasha Kovalova plus 298. Brianna Cote plus 295. And Maria Jose Rodriguez plus 267. That is your top 10 at the moment. Right now, lanes 1 through 4, we have Clara Guerrero taking on Caitlin Johnson, and Valerie Bercier taking on Diana Z here. And over on 3 and 4, Maria Jose Rodriguez against Jordan Richard, and Liz Johnson taking on Stephanie Johnson. Other matches ongoing across the house over on lanes 5 and 6, Angie Ramirez-Perea taking on Christy Leong. Also on 5 and 6, Jillian Martin against Shannon O'Keefe. 7 and 8, Ashley Galante against Erin McCarthy. Maria Belanova against Taylor Boltice, also on that pair. Over on 9 and 10, Lily Robles taking on Rocio Restrepo, and Missy Parkin against Dasha Kovalova. And on 11 and 12, Brianna Cote versus Lindsay Boomershine, and Sandra Gongora against Julia Bond. As we near the close of game number 4, just a look at this, or I should say, a look of where our competitors currently featured are in the standings. Starting on 1 and 2, Clara Guerrero versus Caitlin Johnson. Caitlin currently in 15th place at plus 165. Clara in 16th at plus 132. Valerie Bercier at plus 93 is in 18th place, taking on Diana Z. She's in 14th, plus 224. Over on 3 and 4, Maria Jose Rodriguez, tied for 8th place at plus 270 against Jordan Richard, who is in the top 2 at the moment. Excuse me. That was a game behind there, folks. Top 3. Jordan in 3rd place at the moment, plus 423. Diana actually in 13th, at plus 235. Caitlin still in 15th. And Clara still in 16th at 189 and 170. Valerie in 17th, plus 84, so still around the same spots. Liz, we mentioned also in the top 5, plus 407, taking on Stephanie, who is 73 pins behind her in 6th place at plus 334. Clara in position to take the victory as she gets ready for her 10th frame against Caitlin Johnson. The shot will... It's not what she was hoping for, but will be enough to lock up the victory. So we talked about the importance of wins here, and especially as the conditions get tougher. You certainly don't like shooting 160, but if you can collect it with a win, you will take it. Diana can still shoot 269 this game and is in position to get the win, so that would essentially be plus 99 for her to add on to her total. Stephanie getting ready for her 9th frame, far right of your screen. Just hoping that one was going to pick up a little bit sooner the entire way, and some trouble in the 9th. The worst possible time, so that is going to give Liz the opportunity to take the victory. There's Jordan working on 5 in a row. Nine pin left standing, but she covers it up. She wins the match. Nice shot from Valerie to kick off frame number 10, but best she can do 199. Will not be enough for a victory. Maria is locked out. She can get to 214. 168 enough for the victory for Clara Guerrero. It's a tough 139 there for Caitlin. 223, good for the extra 30 bonus pins for Jordan Richard. I mentioned Diana, opportunity to get to 269 here. Delivers the first one. She was in 13th place and 172 pins back of the top 5 entering this game at plus 235. So 2 more strikes. She's going to be at plus 334, which is exactly where Stephanie Johnson was at entering this game in 6th place. So obviously a couple of other players working ahead of her, but chance to definitely move into the top 10. There's the double and the 260s for the 4-time champion, 2-time Queens winner, 2013 and 2017. Liz is going to get a win with potentially 187. And it's back-to-back splits for Stephanie to finish that game. Put her at 168. 267 for Diana. And talks with her over the years, she has always noted that she enjoyed the aspect or the aspect of having match play more often, specifically siding the queens. Feels in a head-to-head matchup, she can beat anybody. So that's certainly the right mentality to have. And obviously the Queens is a collection of those type of matches, winning 3 game series matches over the course of essentially 6-7 rounds, depending on if you're in the winner's bracket or if you fall to the elimination bracket. Finding ways to continue to put up the top score as Liz finishes with 186. Taking a look at Diana's day, that is the high game of the day for her so far, 258. Ironically enough, in game 4 last block as well. So we'll see if she can continue the momentum, but going to be a big jump in the standings for her this game. All right, as we make the switch over to game number 5, we're going to welcome in another special guest. This time from inside the ITRC, we'll be welcoming in Mr. John Martin. Hello, John.
Howdy, how you doing today?
We're doing great. Another fun day for us watching bowling, and I'm sure another exciting day for you at the ITRC. Jillian has not slowed down whatsoever. How are things been going for her today?
And she's great. She just keeps putting up, 2-0, 220, grinding out games. I mean, the first, she did really well in the morning, kind of, won a couple games by a pin and a couple pins, and it's just kind of like she's just finding whatever she needs to do in order to win, no matter who she bowls. It's kind of wild, just cranking them out. Hasn't really had a bad set or bad game. Just think on this pattern, you just go 2-0, 220, 230, 210, 240, 220. I mean, you're going to grind out some wins, and that's pretty much what she's doing. So,
absolutely, she was 9-2 entering this game. Did she collect the win this past game?
Yeah, she just beat Shannon. I think she just shot 240. I think 247, something like that. So, yeah.
No, it's it's been a roller coaster week covering Jillian through her exploits and awesome bowling here this week. As the proud father, what's kind of the there's so much buzz going around her. How's everyone kind of handling it with all the news, all the excitement, all the accolades coming in? How's it been for you guys kind of taking in all that?
It's been, obviously social media and stuff like that's blowing up, but I actually think being in a bubble's really helped, just because there's not a lot of distractions. There's not a lot of fans. There's not a lot of, going out to dinner and, all that kind of stuff that just kind of gets in the way. So, it's really bowling, eating, sleeping, and you're doing the same routine over and over again. And I just think it's really kind of helped her settle. You can kind of see her, you kind of see the 16-year-old now, the exuberance and the energy, which just, even me, I'm getting worn down, and I haven't thrown a ball. So, you kind of watch what's going on. This really is a grind, and I think she does have a little bit of advantage right now, kind of getting late into this, because, she's still, slapping out shots and enjoying herself and bouncing around. Hasn't had to spend a lot of mental energy with what she's been doing too. Which is, I think that's really, really helped. And she's extremely fresh for where we're at in this competition right now. It's pretty awesome to watch.
Oh, Matt, I think you're muted there. The mute button has not been Matt's friend today.
Not at all. Outside of the practice session yesterday, John, the ladies didn't get to bowl at all. How did that go for Jillian as far as being anxious and ready and excited, just not having anywhere to expel that energy that a 16-year-old would have, especially one who's just so wrapped up in the excitement of this week and just wanted to bowl and bowl and bowl?
Well, for lack of a better word, the practice session was pretty much trash. She learned a lot, but you could just see she was exhausted. She was tired. She was probably a little bit grumpy too, having to get up early to bowl that practice session. And she got some really solid nap in. We had to do some media things and talk to some people, but it just kind of getting that time off really just helped refresh her and get her back going. And honestly, she woke up from a nap probably about 3:00, and at that point it was like, oh, all right, that's really all you need after all that. That's great. It's awesome being 16. I wish I could be like that.
So actually it was the opposite than what we thought. Just, it's good though. You need the time off, took advantage of it, and came in today refreshed and ready to bowl, and it's showing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, pretty much. And the same thing when like even going through the blocks has been really helpful, because she's just kind of paying a lot of attention to what happened in the first block. And, I think she learned a lot for sort of how the pattern's playing and stuff in the first block, and was able to kind of get into some balls a little quicker in the second block and figure out a little what she wanted to do with kind of her hand position and axis rotation and getting the ball to shape through the pins the way that she wanted. And, now she's just, really she's just getting up there and throwing shots at this point. So.
Well, it's been fun to watch, and I know we got a couple of games left to go, so we'll let you continue to enjoy and be the top fan in the stands today and this week.
Appreciate it. I don't cheer as much during match play. It's I find that a little difficult, because I don't really want to be cheering for or against anybody, because I really like all these ladies out here. So thanks for having me, and keep up the good work up there.
All right, thanks, Sean.
All righty.
Everything about that taking a nap thing sounded pretty good as well.
Naps are the best, but I saw one or two comments in the chat for it. I think we're due for a Jillian Martin game here, Mr. Canizaro. So it looks like she is on 9 and 10, taking on Sandra Gongora. So let's head over there. So we'll hop up on the screen for just a quick second as we make the switch. We'll also see Diana and Brianna Cote come to the main pair here. So let's sit back and enjoy and watch the 16-year-old sensation, Jillian Martin, here in game number 5. Round 2 match play at the 2021 PWBA Hall of Fame Classic.
Yeah, I'm not going to press the mute button this time, so I'll be ready to go when it's time. That's it.
It has been your nemesis today, but that happens to the best of us, though. So it looks like we do have a standings update, which if you're a fan of Jillian Martin, which I know many of you are, is good news. She's moved up in the standings. Now up to second place overall with a 10-2 record. Lindsay Boomershine continues to pace the field. She's now 11-1, and she lost her first match way back when, like at 10 o'clock local time this morning. So she's gone it's 8 o'clock now. So she's gone like 10 hours since she's last lost a match, which is pretty cool. So she has won 11 consecutive matches, is at plus 554 and in the lead. But Jillian, a 243 victory, as John said, over Shannon O'Keefe. So she's now 10-2 overall at plus 485. Jordan Richard, right there in the mix as well, 476 over. She's 9-3. Aaron McCarthy, plus 451 in fourth. Liz Johnson holding on to that fifth spot at plus 423. And then a bit of separation from fifth to sixth. Sandra Gongora and Dasha Kovalova tied at plus 335. Shannon O'Keefe at plus 318. Stephanie Johnson and Diana Zavyalova tied at plus 302. So Diana with the big 267 there. Actually, looking at the sheet, she might we might have to get her a couple more pins there. But that rounds out your top 10. It looks like Jason Thomas is potentially ready for a quick update. So let's bring in JT.
Hey, guys.
Hey, JT.
Yeah. So 2 things. One is I was one of the people who was trying to coordinate some of the media requests that Jillian has been getting, and I texted John to see if she was available for an interview, and he told me she was taking a nap, and this was the 3 o'clock wake-up call that he talked about yesterday. And I texted him back, and I said, I don't know why she could possibly be tired right now. She hasn't done anything the last couple of days except make a national stepladder finals and, make match play in another event and, do things that nobody's ever done at her age before. So, I don't know what would tire you out about that. And so he kind of laughed. But, I just also wanted to say, so those of you who are familiar with the High Roller Megabuck event, I don't know if this is still the case now, but I know when I bowled it back in the 90s, it was 11 matches that you'd have to win the tournament, the $200,000 top prize. So there were usually 1,400 entries. So you do the math on that. Winning 11 matches in a row is about a 1 in 1,300 proposition. So that's what Lindsay Boomershine has reeled off here over the last 12 hours or so. 10 hours or so.
Pretty impressive, and she's found ways to win. Timing is a big part of that as well in the round robin match play format, and she's won. We've seen with 279, and she's won with a 187. So a little timing working into that never hurts, but finding ways to win is a big thing. And looking at the players in the top 5 right now. The worst record so far is 8-4. So these players are definitely taking advantage of those extra bonus pins at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't know of the PWBA keeping records on the all-time greatest match play win-loss record, but I know for the PBA it was 22-2. I believe it was George Pappas who held the record. So 22-2. Is about as good as you can do, and that's the pace that Lindsay's on right now.
The most recent one I can recall, you and I got to be a part of, JT. Marshall Kent, 2016 U.S. Open. I believe he went like 20-4.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that. And that was pretty amazing. Just too short of the record all time.
And then Francois shot 300, so that was
Well,
you guys stole the show. But I remember that fantastic performance from Marshall on the way to the top seed, and obviously Francois winning that event. But yeah, match play is an interesting beast, of course, and it's been fun to watch it come together, and some great matches along the way. And folks are taking advantage of those bonus pins.
You got to. You've got to. I mean, think of how many bonus pins are available. 720 bonus pins are available here for each player. And so that makes a huge amount of difference when you look at that scoreboard. You got to win these matches.
That's what Matt and I were saying a little bit earlier as far as the score. So that's essentially given the PWBA Tour athletes 3 additional games, maybe 4 for Matt and I, but that's okay. But yeah, it's been fun to watch. And Lindsay continuing to lead, but Jillian has been just
She's
as
not
impressive.
going away. She's not going away. A lot of people, a lot of chatter around here. Oh, well, she's not going to do all that well on the tough pattern. This is where reality is going to set in, and it's not setting in.
Not at all. All right, JT, we'll let you get back at it, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right, folks, you asked for Jillian Martin, and now she is delivering. She's got the front six right here in our featured pair. So tell all your friends, tune in. $2.99, the high game of the week. See if she can improve on that performance. You give us yet another thrill here at the ITRC.
Well, folks, we talked about Lindsey Boomershine's run of victories here at the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic, and it looks like she's in trouble over on 3 and 4 matchup against Rocio Restrepo at the moment. Rocio has delivered 5 out of 6 strikes, and Lindsey just 2 strikes through 6 frames, and is looking at her second split leave as well. So potentially a second loss for her. But on the other end of the spectrum, and Jillian Martin has absolutely been on fire this game on lanes 9 and 10. She's going to be looking to make it 8 out of 9 in her matchup against Sandra Gongora. Just the 9 pin in the 7th frame, stopping her so far. And my good man, Matt Cannizzaro. She potentially could work her way into the top spot in the standings. With 3 left to go here in round 2 of match play.
Well, I certainly know you're not surprised by this after all that has transpired this week at the ITRC, right?
Correct. But still, it's just the continued wow doesn't go away. It hangs on for a while in these moments, and Sandra has bowled well this game too. Just the one miscue in frame 6. The 238 not looking to be enough here. Max for Brianna, 227. Diana can still get to 244. And Matt, I don't know if you've been following the Bowl TV chat, but the good folks in there are working on nicknames for Jillian. It'll be interesting to see if she earns one by the time of the end of the week and what the best one is.
That sounds like a social media poll once we get some contenders.
It certainly could be. Good job, Bowl TV chat. Rick Ram just says strikes. Jillian strikes Martin. I like it. Succinct to the point. Great shot there by Bree. An opportunity to take advantage after Diana missed the head pin, left the washout. Cote can win this outright now. She can still shoot 227. But if Diana is able to convert, Bree would need the double. And now just one pin. Despite the miscue here in the 10th, count will be enough for Jillian to seal up the victory, 217 to 208. Brianna Cote with the victory over Diana Z. Gongora maxes out at 238. She'll just take the 241 will be enough to get the job done. Max score for Lindsay Boomershine this game is 203. So potentially 68 pins made up by Jillian in that game. And if my math is right, she was 69 pins back. How about that? So unless Lindsay Boomershine strikes out, actually, we do have to check on Jordan Richard and Aaron McCarthy here real quick. But none of them are going too crazy this game, so it looks like Jillian Martin could take over the top spot after her victory here with 241. .203 finish for Gongora. Let's head over to 1 through 4. So don't mind us. We'll be popping up on the screen for just a moment here. So make the move over to the low end. And there is Lindsay. Once again, it looks like she will be collecting her first loss of block number 2. And first in 11 matches. But a chance to stay ahead overall. Taking a look at some of the other matches as they have now entered the 10th frame on 3 and 4. Christy Leong taking on Ashley Galante. Ashley had 7 out of the first 8 and is on her way to victory. So I mentioned Rocio having a strong game. She can still max out at 258 against Lindsay. Angie Ramirez Perea with the 220-213 victory over her teammate on Team Columbia, Maria Jose Rodriguez. Liz Johnson can strike out for 227. And going to be less than that now. So Lily Robles advances with just good count now. Or gets the win, I should say. No advancing just yet. We still got 11 games until that happens before anyone advances. So. There's the strike and the victory. Taking a look around the house at the other pairs wrapping up. So some tough scores for everybody on 11 and 12. Valerie Bercier defeating Stephanie Johnson 183 to 177. And Taylor Baltais collecting a win with 179 over Shannon O'Keefe, who can max out at 169. Clara Guerrero defeats Jordan Richard 225 to 195. Julia Bond, a big 259 against Dasha Kovalova, who had 192. How about that? Let's get a messenger in here. Game 5. All right, folks, as we wrap up this game, we'll be bringing in Mr. Matt McNeil once again. Talk a little bit about the unstoppable young lady known as Jillian Martin, who continues to just impress, win, and it looks like she is now going to be potentially taking over first overall from Lindsay Boomershine. Matt, just talk a little bit about Jillian keeping this pace up.
Hey, Aaron, thanks for getting me right away. I was only standing here for the last 5 minutes. Not like I got players to help out or anything like that. But it's your show. Take your time. It's your world. I'm just living in it, pal.
I was on the big screen. I was watching. I wasn't in the studio. So that's my bad.
No, I'm just giving you a hard time, my friend. Yeah, Jillian's bowling real good. Tell you what, she's I think, there's some skeptics out there saying the other night, the pattern's a little softer, scores were a little higher, this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, this kid's for real. This kid's got real talent, got real heart. She's a really smart young lady. She can hold herself together very well mentally, and she can hang with the best in the world. She's proven that right now because, as you guys can see, the scoring pace is certainly a lot lower than it was on the condition that Julia made the show on. So I think she's just kind of proven that easy or hard, she can play.
Absolutely, and it's and for Lindsay as well. She had won 11 consecutive matches up until this matchup against Rocio, but still going to be right there at the top of the standings. You have a few players who are bowling well. What are you guys seeing out there now that it's starting to get towards the back end of the block as far as what moves to expect?
I think the track here is really dominant. You're just trying to kind of funnel the ball into the track and get it to do the right thing front to back. if you look at generally most of the players, not all, but most of the players that are scoring, their ball is right around, in between those two tracers down lane, right in between that 15-10 tracer, and that's the track here that plays so very dominant. So you got to get your ball there. It's just how you get your ball there. That's really the important thing, and what angle you use to get your ball there, and what speed you use, and what ball you use, and what type of rotation you use. So the players that have figured that out are scoring very, very well. The players that are really struggling with that are having a lot of struggles, just simply because there's two ways to look at a lane, Aaron. And I know you and Matt are well versed in your bowling knowledge, but for everybody back home, generally most average bowlers, they say, well, I don't have any miss room left, and I don't have any miss room right. And the only way you can create left to right is by creating front to back. And that is, if you have the right ball with the right type of roll in the right part of the lane, you'll create the front to back. So you can get a little slow, you can get a little quick, you can miss the shot a little, you can grab the shot a little. And when you create front to back, that's how you create the left to right. So the players who have really identified what exactly the lanes are asking for, those are the players that you're going to see up in the standings. And fortunately enough, we have a good handful of those players right now, and we're just making sure we stay on top of them, that they continue to give the lanes what it's asking for to create that front to back good ball reaction.
All right, Matt, I know I've taken up too much of your time already, but we definitely appreciate it. But just one thinking point as we let you go. The folks in the chat are going crazy trying to think of a great nickname for Jillian Martin. So I know you're always on top of these things. So I will let you think about that. No need to get back to us now, but I'm going to ask you again at some point. So I'm just giving you the heads up that to be thinking about a nickname for Jillian Martin moving forward.
All right, maybe I'll converse with her manager and her PR person, and I'll get with her people, and we'll see if we get an answer.
There we go. Excellent.
All right.
Yes, I know that's tough, but thank you again, Matt. Appreciate
it. Thanks, guys.
So, Aaron, for a minute there, I was going to suggest maybe that they flip the script at the upcoming events, the U.S. Open and the Masters, and Jillian serves as the ball rep to help the guys out. But I think at this point, she should just sign up and bowl in those events. Get on the waiting list for the Masters, or Matt can give up his spot for her to bowl because I think she's ready.
It's been fun. It's been crazy. It's been great. Also fun, crazy, and great. Jason Thomas. Let's bring him in.
Fun, crazy, and great. I don't know about fun and great, but anyway. It's funny. Matt was, you can tell he's a little uptight right now. And I asked him if he could do a Jillian update, and he was helping a couple other players that are really struggling right now, who happen to be like top 5 players in the world for the last 5 years. And Jillian doesn't need any help right now. So he's like, I'm going to talk about the player I'm not even helping. Okay.
Yes.
It's kind of getting comical down here where, you just watch her bowl and it's like we talked about the other day, it's like it should be the other way around, but it's an adult bowling against kids. And she looks like the adult. By the way, the odds of winning 11 straight matches, the exact odds are 1 in 4,096. So
how about that?
Yeah, that's we saw something that doesn't happen very often here today.
There we go.
That's all I got, guys. Just wanted to add a little to that fun update from Mr. McNeil.
Please send him my regard as well for giving him waiting.
He loves you. He loves you. He still loves you. Don't worry.
Hey, when you did lead in with Matt's a little uptight, you had to be more specific because that would describe both of us.
Well, I mean, obviously, if I'm referring to you, it's just a given, right? So
100%.
Yeah, right. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, JT.
Yep.
All right, Matt, as we go back to full screen mode here. Let's take a second to see who's joining us here today in game number feel we're on game 6 now. Game 6, yes. Final 3 games to go. Over on 1 and 2, Shannon O'Keefe is taking on Rocio Restrepo, along with Christy Leong against against Maria Bolanova. And over on 3 and 4, we have Jillian Martin taking on Lily Robles and Angie Ramirez Perea against Taylor Boltice. There appears JT quickly returns.
Yeah, I just got one more little factoid on Jillian, which I think you'll find interesting. But someone just told me that she has actually led at some point in all 3 of the tournaments that we've had so far. She's been the leader. Just thought I'd throw that out there. You know how fun, like the amateurs come out and bowl the U.S. Open. Like I did one year, and you start with 240 the first game or 250, and you look up at the leaderboard and you're leading the U.S. Open, and then you shoot 130 the next 6 games in a row. Yeah, that's not what this is.
This is different. I'd have to go back. I'm trying to remember during the Bowlers Journal Classic. She certainly led at the ITRC Classic, and by our account, just took over the lead here at the Hall of Fame Classic once we get our next update through. But that makes it even more impressive.
I did not verify as a fact, but it came from a good source. So I do believe. I think she was leading after 5 games in the first event.
Oh, that could be definitely potentially on her squad.
Correct.
Buddy, she was on, so
Correct.
that could be.
Yes.
But yeah, she was on fire to start those first 5 games. That block.
Yep. So it's not the same as one game at the U.S. Open and then quickly falling to the bottom. She did make the match play finals in that first event, but at one point she did have the lead, and so she's held the lead at one point in every tournament we've had so far here.
Continues to amaze. That's what Jillian Martin does. All right, JT. Excellent as always. And
oh no, the show's about to get really good.
Is business about to pick up here?
Yes, it is. All
right.
I'm gonna get out of here so you guys can have some fun.
All right, JT going to depart. But yes, we are going to be bringing in once again another Hall of Famer into the mix.
She'll be right back.
Oh, she disappeared. She was here. My long lead-in affected this happening with my great introduction, but we did see Fran pop up on the screen for a second into the waiting room, so hopefully we will see her again shortly.
And she thought who was waiting for her, and then she left.
It wasn't nearly as bad as the McNeil situation, I feel. So
he was only there like 2 games. It's no big deal. He'll get over it. Yeah, he'll be fine.
I have an incredible. I want to say I have 2 laptops working right now, and at least this is my counting face, by the way. I have 14 on this one open, and another 7 over here. So I got 21 tabs open, but I need to be on the tab that's actually running the whole show when it's time to bring people in and see them and know that they're there. So that was I was looking at the wrong tab or collection of tabs at that time. So that's what happened there.
But you have mastered the mute button all day long, and outside of half the things I said that the world didn't hear, which they're probably thankful for that. But I say you're having a much better technology day. You're dominating the studio there. Imagine if we were both there. I was sitting right next to you. It'd be chaos.
It would be interesting. Yes, chaos would be a good word for it.
It'd be like a kindergarten.
All right, folks. Well, as soon as we get Fran back, we will bring her into the show. But right now, Matt and I will patiently wait for her return, and we'll be back in just a second here. Game 6 of 8 at the 2021 PWBA Hall of Fame Classic. But the one thing we can give you is updated standings here after 5 games in round 2. And as expected, Jillian Martin, your new overall leader at plus 556. Lindsay Boomershine at plus 541 in second. Both of them 11-2 here in match play so far. Aaron McCarthy plus 485. Jordan Richard plus 471. And Liz Johnson holding on to the 5th spot at plus 418. Going a few spots farther down the standings, Diana Zavyalova plus 340 in 6th. Sandra Gongora plus 338 in 7th. Brianna Cote plus 334 in 8th. Dasha Kovalova plus 327 in 9th. And Julia Bond after the big 259 moves into 10th with plus 326. And Matt, our break was short, but we're ready to have some fun. So going to be welcoming in Hall of Famer Fran Deacon next to the show.
340 in 6th, Sandra Gongora plus 338 in 7th, Brianna Cote plus 334.
Hi, Fran. I think we're getting a little feedback there. Echo.
259.
I'm getting like 2 broadcasts. I don't know how it happened.
I think you unfortunately have to mute us on one of them for this, so we will we'll let you do that in a second, so that helps.
Hall of Famer Fran Deacon next to the show. 3 in 6th, Sandra Gongora plus 338 in 7th, Brianna Cote plus 335. I think we're getting a little feedback.
All right, Fran, we'll bring the volume back in here. Have we gotten better?
I think that's better.
All right, I think we're good then. Fran, hello.
Hello. How are you?
We're doing great. We're super excited to be back watching the PWBA tour, as I know you are as well.
Getting feedback again.
It's still happening.
Have we gotten better?
Yeah, if you're watching the broadcast right now, I think you'll have to mute it or turn off the volume to make sure we're not getting the eventual delay down the road.
Great. We're super excited to be back watching the PWBA tour.
But we'll wait a second for all that to kind of work its way through, and we'll see if we get the background noise. Mostly me, which is even worse. But we do have Jillian Martin currently on our featured pair, off to another strong start after taking the lead, taking on Lily Robles over on 3 and 4. Fran, if it's If it's gotten good, give us a thumbs up.
Lead on our feature pair off to another strong start after taking the lead. Fran, if it's gotten good, give us a thumbs up.
All right, we got the thumbs up there, so we might be in business.
I don't know if you can hear me now.
We can still hear you, but we're still hearing us in the background as well at the moment.
You know what? Let me just sign off on the whole thing and try to come back in.
All right, no worries. All right, we'll get it figured out, folks. We'll get Fran Deacon in here in just a moment. We promise. All right, everybody, we're going to try it again. Hall of Famer Fran Deacon. Fran, hello once again.
Hello again.
All right, we're hearing you loud and clear. Hopefully, you're good on our end. But sounds like we're there. We figured it out, and we're good to go.
I think we've got it.
All right. Well, welcome into the broadcast. It's great to see you once again. We had our edition of the PWBA podcast just a couple of weeks ago. But how have you been? And how much fun is it watching the PWBA tour back in action?
I'm loving it. I think it's great. I watched quite a few hours.
Well, we certainly appreciate it. We've been having a lot of fun watching these athletes compete once again. It's been fun. It's been crazy. So many great storylines throughout the course of it. We've crowned 2 national champions and a regional champion as well. But we have a young 16-year-old stealing the show. And, you sent me an email the other night and compared Jillian Martin to Nikki G. So what do you see in her game that reminds you so much of Nikki?
Well, Nikki was pretty much a natural athlete. And I see that in Jillian, too. Their games aren't quite that close, but Nikki could turn the ball up pretty good. Nikki had probably a longer extension, but they both had that arm swing out to the right. And they both could hook the lane, and Nikki was doing it with a lot weaker equipment than what Jillian's using.
That was true, but certainly high praise as well. We mentioned, actually that was the kind of a similar description to what Anne-Marie Dugan said with the arm going out to the right after the release. But we have comparisons to Tammy Turner. I had a few folks kind of compare her to EJ Tackett as well. So the praise is coming in from many folks, but this is something else. Through all your time and work through the tour, as far as kind of a young phenom like this, we've had a few, but is there anyone who's kind of gone on a run at an age this young before that we might be missing out and comparing to?
None that young, really. The only one I can think of that was very young when she first came out was a young lady from New York and New Jersey named Lisa Maurice. And she was a lefty. And she had a great future ahead of her until she was in a terrible automobile accident and never was able to bowl again. But she was a real fireball, a real tiger on the lanes. And I thought she was going to do big things. And unfortunately, she never got the chance to do it. But she was very young when she came out. And she had a wonderful coach who had been on the PWBA tour, Dave Heller. And she was just fun to watch, too. Powerful lefty.
Fran, I was trying to tell Aaron a little bit about our Hall of Fame committee meeting, and you haven't lived until you've been in a room where you are on one side of the table, and then the Bill Spiegler and the Lyle Zykes guys are on the other side. You have all of the ladies' action covered completely, and those guys have the PBA and the ABC and Open Championships all covered, and just the information going back and forth at the table and the facts and figures. And I was trying to pull open the tabs on PWBA.com and Bowl.com, and you were firing off information who was 5th place in the U.S. Women's Open in 1968, and it was super impressive. And I hope we can someday be that type of resource. And just the stories and the facts are amazing. And we know you've seen so much and so many great players in your time, and we're glad that you're able to share some of those stories and moments with us tonight.
Well, I can, but it's easier to remember that stuff if you lived through it rather than just read about it, unfortunately for you guys. But you'll have all the knowledge of these players that are out here now, and that's going to make a difference down the road. So, but I had some ABC experience too, because I did bowl it a few times. I actually subbed on the team bowling against Don Scudder when he shot 800 to win the singles. And that was quite the experience.
Oh, up the gutter Scudder. There we go.
And who looks like he's doing nothing to the ball, and all he does is strike.
And of course, they set a record, Scudder and his Pollard's Bowl teammates, and that record still stands today, the longest scoring record at the Open Championships. Again, you are bowling history. That's it. Case in point.
Oh, they were so much fun to bowl with. It was more fun watching them than actually bowling.
Well, and we know I've talked to you this week as well about various things and facts and figures, and I know you mentioned you've been watching quite a bit, just of the impressions you've gotten, and of course you've seen quite a bit of bowling in the last few years too. Who really stands out to you this week? Who has come out in 2021 and really shines for you in your expert opinion?
You mean besides Jillian Martin?
Besides Jillian Martin, of course.
I'm pretty impressed with Caitlin Johnson. And this is the first I've gotten to see her bowl is this week. And I think she's pretty impressive too. I think she'll do some things.
Yeah, we were nearly ready to flip the camera over. JT gave us a report that she had the front 7 before missing in frame 8 over on 11 and 12. But yeah, Caitlin has been a young player coming up, throughout the ranks. And it's funny, I mentioned the story a little bit earlier during one of the other broadcasts, but in talking about getting to see players, make their way through. And, Matt and I got to experience an event like back in 2013, 2014, where this probably 14-year-old girl won by like 900 pins or something like that at a Chris Barnes Thanksgiving doubles event. Yeah, it was Caitlin Johnson. So
I believe it.
It's kind of cool to be able to kind of see that progression. And, at the time it was just like, wow, that's a lot. But, at 14, you don't necessarily know where the players are going to go with all that. And just kind of how everything went. And obviously she went through all the stepping stones to find success, junior gold, collegiate, junior team USA, and now finally making her debut on the PWBA tour. But she's had a very great debut. I would agree.
But I think collegiate bowling does so much for these ladies. They get the experience of the competition. They get first-class coaching at many, many schools, and they get an education, which I think is very important. I mean, you guys do a lot of writing and you do broadcasting, and I think you need education to do that.
We certainly try to use our education. Matt would often question it when I first started working with him, but here we are, still kicking and doing our thing. So that's always a good sign. But just the kind of looking at the couple of events we've had here. I think one of the cool moments for us was seeing Jody Scherer, who in the late 90s was Jody Ellis, make a run at the regional yesterday. Her coming back to the PWBA tour, was thinking about it a couple of years ago, started getting ready. The pandemic happened, so she had to kind of put that off. And then, coming out this week, and although, things didn't go necessarily as well as she would have liked in the first two events, it was great to watch her just put on a show during the regional. And despite that tough break with the 7:10 in the 10th, it was a great showing, and she seemed very excited about what's next for her. So that was a pretty cool thing to see kind of play out on the lanes yesterday.
Well, I was definitely rooting for her because I admire her guts and just, getting ready and coming out and giving it a whirl. So she did great yesterday. That was just a bad break in the 10th. She'll be back.
I think she's ready to give it more than just a whirl from the sounds of it. And I know if she can mix it in with work and family. Definitely what happened yesterday in the regional ignited something for her, for sure. And maybe not at the beginning of the week. It took a minute, but she stuck with it. And she got there. And as she said, she wished that she had a whole nother 3 events to go this week. Unfortunately, her time was done for now, but she'll be back.
Oh, I think so. I hope so.
And we actually, I do have a note into her. She emailed me after we were talking about her a little bit earlier today. So I think we're going to try to set something up to have her swing by the broadcast tomorrow morning tomorrow afternoon now during that final round of match play. So be on the lookout for that, good folks.
I will. That'll be interesting. That'll be very interesting. I'd like to hear what she has to say. Earlier today, when you were talking to Tish, you were asking about stories about Tish. And I thought maybe you'd like to hear a golf story about Tish.
Absolutely.
Well, we were bowling
Fire away,
in
Fran.
Florida. I think we were at Shore Lanes, as a matter of fact, Merritt Island. And we went to play golf, and Tish was just learning at the time. And we get to par 3, and it's got a big pond in front of it, right in front of the tee. And everybody got across the pond except Tish. It was Tish's turn, and she hit the ball in the water. And Tish, she's stubborn. She takes out another ball, hits it in the water. When she got up to the 10th ball in the water, I said, Tish, we really need to move on. There's a foursome of guys behind us. They're going to get really mad. One of the other gals said, yeah, they're really moving toward us now. They're closing in on us. Tish said, just a couple more tries. I'm going to get over this water. She hit a couple more balls in the water. She was just about out of golf balls. And these guys came walking up. And we all, the 3 of us, started apologizing. And we said, I'm just going to hit one more, and then we'll go. And one of the guys walked over and said, you're Tish Johnson, aren't you? And she said, yeah. He looked at her, handed her a golf ball, and said, can I have your autograph when you're done? She finally got over the water. She was so shocked.
That was fantastic. I almost thought that story was going in a tin cup fashion there, where she finally got it over and just knocked in the hole in one style, except on the 13th, 14th shot. But that's even better, getting the autograph on the golf course. That is quite a story.
Once he asked for the autograph, I think she got over being mad. So she was able to hit the ball. But that was Tish.
Unfortunately, not a lot of golf being played by the ladies this week. Totally different world. I know, Fran, in your time, I'm sure the ladies encountered different things over the years and weather and different circumstances. But anything like this that you're seeing with the protocols and the procedures and all that they've done and the commitment to be able to make this event happen and to be able to participate, What are your thoughts on that? That's how dedicated these players and staff members are to making sure the PWBA happened here early in 2021.
I think that's pretty awesome because we never had anything even close to that at all. And, you know, of course it's a little scary, but it's scarier at my age than at their age. So I'm probably a little more careful, but I just think it's great. I bowled in a mask and it's not easy, but then I have breathing problems, so it makes it more difficult. But I really admire them, and I know that most of the college coaches make their bowlers keep their masks on all the time, and so they're the younger ones are used to it. I see it in tournaments around here too. You can always tell which are the collegiate bowlers because they've kept their masks on. I always wish the PBA would make their bowlers keep the masks on.
Well, Fran, we're wrapping up in game number 6 here on the scoreboard in front of us, and Jillian Martin is continuing to just impress. Chance to get to 255 here on the far right of our screen. Her second shot of the 10th. She's going to collect another victory.
Oh yeah,
she is. It's one of those instances where I don't want to say we expect her to come down to earth at any point, but it's like she's on this whole different level at the moment, and it's we're running out of ways to describe her anymore. Like we've gotten to that point where we've, I think I got yelled at in the chat a day or two ago about having to bust out the thesaurus. I think we've gone through all the terms so far, and watching this progress of this young player out here, not only competing, not only keeping pace, but essentially being the top player in the field now. This is just so crazy.
She's just
and
following the PWBA motto, bowl fearless. And she does. She didn't like finishing second the other day. That was a
fun interview afterwards. Obviously, the excitement of it all, and being in that position as she finishes off that 255 and is going to extend her lead. Although Lindsay was bowling a good game against Jordan Richard, she's going to shoot 249. So Lindsay's going to get a win, shoot 249, and still give some pins back to Jillian here. But yeah, it was it was one of those things. It was such a great title match. It felt for everything that Brianna has worked on in her game after winning in 2016, the struggles in 2017, having great years in 2018 and 19, but coming up a little bit short in title matches. It was the excitement of Brianna's win. But talking to Jillian afterwards, she bowled so great. A 9-pin ultimately, could have been the difference in her becoming the youngest to win a title on the PWBA tour. But it's her optimism, her joy, just her exuberance in that moment was something refreshing.
Oh, absolutely. But they're all Storm family. Lindsay and Jillian and Brianna and Liz. I root for all of them. I'm Storm all the way.
All right, we are just a few frames away from getting to game number 7. Fran, this match play format this week, a little different compared to what we've seen in the past. Typically, we've had events where qualifying continues the trend once you hit match play, similar to the U.S. Women's Open. So pinfall for the entire set of the matches is recorded toward the player's final score ultimately. This week, a little different. They qualified. If you made the top 24, you were in, and then it started as a fresh event, essentially. Everyone's starting at 0. I remember a little bit earlier, I forget if it was Anne-Marie or Pat mentioned that we actually used to have that format back in the PWBA before, but the match play portion was something that they experience each and every week almost out there. What are some of your favorite memories of just watching someone go on a great run in match play?
There have been a lot of them. I think one of the most amazing was Jeannie Nacarado. She was Jeannie Maiden back then, but she qualified 24th and ended up winning the tournament. So she went on a great run, and that was when pins carried over. So that was pretty amazing at the time. But I think this is a great format. It's a real test for these ladies.
I would agree. I was pretty excited just knowing that essentially sometimes obviously there's got to be someone who qualifies first. There's got to be someone who qualifies in that last spot. And outside of those moments like you talked about with Jeannie and a few other instances where players have gone on runs like that. Typically it's a little bit tougher to make a run like that, but it's exciting. It was a fresh start today for everybody. And although the pattern definitely playing more challenging than what they saw, it was an opportunity to come in. Everyone start at zero and work from there.
Well, I think with changing the pattern, for a different event, I think you have to start at zero. You can't favor one player over another on certain patterns. So starting with a new pattern, you should start at zero.
That is what we've done, and the player to accumulate the most since then, Jillian Martin, the 16-year-old standout, continuing to impress.
Well, she has a lot of experience on sport patterns, and it stood her in good stead. She adjusts quickly and repeats shots, and that's what it takes.
I think that's certainly a big part of the success we see from the young players today is the opportunities to often compete on tougher conditions. There's so many great youth tours around the country that are typically contested on some type of challenger sport condition, something that's not necessarily a house shot. So they get exposed to it pretty early, and that's definitely a great benefit of the time we're in right now. Is the technology available, looking at coaching, looking at the ability to bowl on different patterns. Obviously, the equipment as well is a whole other thing for the players to learn, get accustomed to, understand throughout the course of their competition. But it's certainly refreshing to see so many competitors take that challenge. I know for my particular era, sport patterns weren't necessarily a thing when I was Jillian's age, when I was getting ready to finish up high school and get into college. So, when I first experienced the tougher patterns at an event like the USBC Open Championships, I was humbled pretty quickly. It was bad. It wasn't very good at all. But I had never been exposed to that. And then as things started to open up in our area, got to kind of understand the different patterns and different ways to play those. But the learning curve is great for these kids nowadays to get acclimated, understand these patterns, understand the moves, and be able to put up strikes.
Well, it's a whole different thing. When I first came out on tour way back in the dark ages, we were all bowling on wood, and the conditions were different in different parts of the country. So you could always identify a bowler from the Midwest as opposed to a bowler from the West Coast just by the way they threw the ball and how they played the lanes, because that's what we were used to. If you grew up in the Chicago area, you had to throw the ball hard and straight. That's just what it called for. I mean, Lori Nichols was a good example of that, and she was one of the best at it. But the bowlers from California, a lot more of them hooked the ball. And it made a big difference as we, learned to travel across the country. And then when synthetics started coming in, conditions were, more similar than they had been on wood. And of course, on the wood, depended on the age of the bowling center and how well the proprietor took care of it. And, you could go on and on about all that stuff. But it did make a big difference. But we also didn't have a lot of bowling balls to choose from. And we didn't have a lot of them to take around with us either.
No, I find that interesting and something I never necessarily thought of before, is that the areas of the country would play a role into kind of defining the characteristics of a player. You mentioned California. We talked to Anne Marie earlier. We had Tish on as well, and both of them had the chance to grow up bowling in California. Tennille Milligan as well, and there were so many talented players from that area. So it's interesting to kind of hear about those characteristics coming out, which eventually led to success on the national level. But that's a unique thing to consider, because I wouldn't say that's something I would notice nowadays.
Well, here in Oklahoma, we still have a couple of centers that are wood, but you don't see that very often because, after that many years, the nails are up. So you don't really want to bowl on those lanes. But you can see a big difference in people's averages. So, depends on what they're bowling on.
Of course. Fran, go ahead, Matt.
Just curious if there at any point were there dominant parts of the country where the majority of the more successful players came from, or was it pretty evenly spread across the U.S.?
No, most of the great players came from California. They had the best junior programs. Absolutely. I'm a lot older than most of the ones that you guys have talked to and remember. But, I grew up in a youth program, but it was in a 4-lane center in the basement of a church with no air conditioning. So, lane conditions were a little bit different.
I could see that playing into that.
Yeah, that made a big difference.
Now, Fran, this is the PWBA Hall of Fame class, and of course, we've talked a lot about the PWBA Hall of Fame. Having the Hall of Famers on today, I know we kind of touched on this during the podcast a couple of weeks ago, but I know it was a big moment for a lot of folks in 2019 when we had the first class inducted, I believe, since 2002 or 2003. Just how important was that moment for the sport, not only for the history and continuing that, but for something for these young players to look at and be inspired by and just enjoy the history of?
I think it's very important because many of the young players don't really know much of the history. I think they do need to learn some of it. I was just so sad that I couldn't make it to that induction ceremony, but I had 2 grandsons graduating high school right on that day. And I was only a couple hundred miles away, and that made it even worse. But I got to watch it on my computer later on, so that was pretty great. But and the ladies that were honored should have been honored. It was sad they had to wait that long.
Certainly was a great class, and of course, the 2020 class will be recognized at some point as well for their induction. Obviously, that got canceled in 2020, but a great class coming in. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, Pam Buckner, and Carol Giannotti, the next group. And of course, I know at the end of the year we had the final day to accept applications for nominations for the next class. So a lot of excitement, certainly to look forward to in the coming years as more and more players rightfully get their spot that they essentially earned. Just it hasn't been there.
It's 3 very deserving ladies, but I'm especially happy for Pam Buckner. I think that she had been overlooked and shouldn't have been, because she's from a different era than Carolyn and Carol, who are both great bowlers. Love them both.
Yeah, Pam, looking at the record and the stats, there were a few tougher than her, kind of looking at the late 70s as far as winning percentage and taking home victories. Of course, a Queen's title in there as well. But I know she has a unique nickname that I've heard and seen on the back of shirts. Pam 30 in a row Buckner, I believe.
Absolutely. She did that in Detroit.
In Detroit. Can you tell us a little bit more about that experience for Pam?
I'm going to have to let Pam tell you that. She really needs to be the one. But Pam also is the best joke teller, and nobody laughs harder at her own jokes than Pam Buckner. And I'm probably going to embarrass her, but Pam laughs like a donkey. And everybody can tell anywhere in the center when Pam's laughing. But she was one of the most fun people out on tour that there was. She always has a great sense of humor. So I'm looking forward to her induction speech.
That is our second story of the day involving Pam Buckner's laugh. So we need to find the funniest people we can to have a conversation with her. And
it's unique.
We need to hear that.
I'm not sure her jokes can be told on the podcast, but it's a unique laugh.
That is awesome. Yes, certainly looking forward to that. Carolyn Doran-Ballard, part of the broadcast for the ITRC Classic. She'll be back again tomorrow, folks, for the end of the Hall of Fame Classic as well. So we're excited for that. JT announced a little bit earlier our plan for our pregame show to have Betty Morris, Lisa Wagner, Wendy McPherson, and CDB on the pregame show prior to the start of the Hall of Fame Classic. Four tremendous bowlers, the bowlers of the decade, essentially, for the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. That is a lineup right there. That is top tier star power that is essentially a big history of everything that these ladies are competing for now today. They helped pave the way for.
Absolutely, that's a great lineup. Looking forward to that.
Now, for the folks who are looking forward to that, Fran, I'm going to put you on the spot here to tell a little bit about each person. We know how great they are as a bowler, but a little bit more on the personal side, something we may not know about Betty, Lisa, or Wendy, or CDB.
Well, Lisa is an avid reader, so she and I would trade book titles occasionally, or even books, because at that time we carried a lot of paperbacks around with us. It was before Kindles. So we did a lot. She did a lot of reading. We did a lot of book trading. But Lisa had the longest hands I've ever seen on a girl who really wasn't that big. She was maybe 5'6", 5'7" at the most. But she had over a 5-inch span on her bowling ball. It was just amazing. And, and it gave her great control. I think that was wonderful. Betty, I bowled with her. We worked together at the show, and Betty and I were on a team in the team challenge. We were bowling in California, and Betty loves to play outside, but the lanes were just hooking way too much, and she was struggling in qualifying. And the rest of us kept telling her, move in. And Betty looked at me and she says, I can't play in there. And I looked at her and I said, but you're Betty Morris. She hated to move in. That was just, too uncomfortable for her. And we just barely missed the TV show. I can't remember who was doing the TV show. I don't know if it was Virginia, but anyway, they had added up the ages on our team, and it was myself and Betty and Jeanette Robinson and a couple of other gals that we all worked at the showboat. And she said, oh, I was hoping your team would make the show because you would have been the oldest team on there by far. I said, thanks. That's just what we needed to hear. The team that beat us out, their average age was 25 years old.
Oh, wow.
By this time, we were all way older than that. So that's my Betty Morris story. I can't play in there. And Carolyn, my first tournament back, and Carolyn was on tour. We were in one of those centers that had the control counter, right up to the lanes, to the settee area there. And Carolyn she's moving lanes, and she put all her equipment right in front of the little swinging door to get in and out of the control desk. And I looked at her and I said, Carolyn, you need to move your stuff. She looked at me. She didn't know me. I didn't know her. She said, I always put my stuff there. I said, Carolyn, the lady behind the desk has to go to the bathroom occasionally. Move your stuff. And she looked at me again and said, yes, ma'am. and it all got moved. And I don't think she ever put it in front of the control counter like that again. That's my Carolyn story, and we've been friends ever since. She's just a super neat lady, and I just love her. And she does a great job on the shows that she's worked too.
Oh, she's fantastic. The breakdowns of the moves, the oil pattern, the shots, all of that was great during that fantastic stepladder final and just epic title match. Brianna Cote against Jillian Martin, 244 to 238, coming down to the 10th frame. So much excitement over the course of this event so far. Shannon O'Keefe continuing her winning ways, winning the Boulders Journal Classic. Brianna Cote back in the winner's circle. Jackie Evans winning her first PWBA regional event. It's just been so fun this week to see the PWBA back, and just as great as we remember it.
It is. It truly is.
All right. And speaking of great, let's see if we have a quick update of scores here, and we do have it available. Jillian Martin continues to lead. She is undefeated this block and is 12-2 overall. She is at plus 641. Lindsay Boomershine in second, plus 618. She is also 12-2 so far. Erin McCarthy in third place, plus 531. Liz Johnson, plus 501 in fourth. And Jordan Richard rounding out the top 5 at the moment at plus 496. Also in the top 10 right now, Dasha Kovalova, plus 412. Julia Bond, plus 374. Sandra Gongora, plus 363. Diana Zavialova, plus 352, and Maria Jose Rodriguez, plus 310. Your current top 10 in the standings. It looks like Jason Thomas is going to be joining us for a quick second as well.
I'll tell you, I just can't get over how much I enjoy hearing stories about Fran talking to people like CDB and Lisa Wagner like she does, because I don't even think I'm going to be able to call Lisa Wagner Lisa when I meet her for the first time tomorrow. I'm going to call her Miss Wagner. I mean, Lisa Wagner was the bowler when I was growing up. I mean, she was the best. There was no doubt about it. I mean, she won all the time. She dominated. She got to bowl against the men in the skins game that they used to have on NBC. She was a legend. So I'm over the moon to get to, sort of meet her. I'm looking forward to meeting her in person someday too. But it's going to be so cool. But one thing I wanted to say about the actual bowling that's going on in front of us is, Jillian Martin's ball is just cracking. I mean, it's just different than everybody else's ball motion. And one thing that, I'm kind of wondering about is, that's a little bit unfortunate about this event because of the travel issues that some of the players have had is, how would Verity Crawley and Daria Payok be doing? Because in my mind, those are the only two, other than maybe Jordan Richard, that can get their ball to do what Jillian's ball is doing right now. So that would be something I would be curious to see. But her bowling ball, it just hits so much harder than everybody else's out here, and it's so crazy because she's 16.
Well, I miss Verity and Daria too. I don't even know them, and I love watching them bowl.
Anyway, that's all I got, guys. I'm enjoying listening to Fran. I don't want to get in the way of the conversation and the story.
No, Fran's going to save her stories for some other time.
I don't know if that's possible. Everything you say is a story.
But it's all true.
It is. That's the best part of it. Anyway, I'm enjoying it. Keep going.
All right. Thanks, JT. All right, Jason Thomas joining us as well. Fran Deacon, the Hall of Famer.
Well, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave you guys, and you can finish up this show, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be on the chat again.
All right, Fran. Well, it's an absolute pleasure, as always, to get to sit down and chat with you for a couple of minutes. We always appreciate, always love the stories. So you take care of yourself, and until next time, well, I guess we'll see you in the chat tomorrow. So looking forward to it, and of course, looking forward to seeing you again soon.
Hey, when are you going to let me win a giveaway?
I'm going to try in about let's see, how about 5 frames? You can try, Fran.
Sounds good.
All right.
Good. All right.
Thanks again. Matt Cannizzaro, we've been treated today.
Top-notch stuff.
Getting to talk to so many great individuals: Tish Johnson, Anne Marie Dugan, Pat Costello, Fran Deacon. It's been a pretty magical day here. The bowling's been great. It's been fun. It's been moving along. The tournament has kind of developed over the course of the day. It's starting to take a little shape heading into this final block, but these stories are priceless.
Sid, I remember, I think it was 2009 when we were in Las Vegas for the Open Championships. I got invited to the Golden Ladies event across town, and I was in the meeting room as they were getting ready to go over everything, and surrounded by all these folks and 10 times more. And I felt like the celebrity. They were just so nice and welcoming, and I had no idea, having not met most of them to that point. They had followed our stuff and read our stories and followed the early days of bowl.com and our videos, and blown away just by the reception and being a part of that event. And there was even cake. I mean, who doesn't like cake, right? So ever since then, huge fan, learning more and more about the history and going to all the events and the meetings and conversations, and love every minute of it.
It's certainly a great event as well. Looking forward to it, to being back in 2022 along with the Senior Queens. Just always a fun tournament to be at. Great competitors, great competition, and most importantly, great people throughout the course of the week. Always, as you said, always such a great group to experience a tournament with. So we always look forward to that. But Matt, we got game and a half left to go today. Let's go back to the bowling. We kind of ran down some of the scores already. It looks like we are currently joined here on lanes 1 through 4 by Diana Z taking on Dasha Kovalova, Clara Guerrero against Julia Bond on 1 and 2. Over on 3 and 4, Missy Parkin against Valerie Bercier, and Caitlin Johnson against Sandra Gongora. Taking a look around the house, Shannon O'Keefe taking on Lily Robles on 5 and 6. Lindsay Boomershine against Maria Jose Rodriguez, also on that pair of lanes. Over on 7 and 8, Jillian Martin against Rocio Restrepo. Some struggles here in the early going for Jillian. Rocio, she was the one who ended a Lindsay Boomershine's streak. Looking to do the same for Jillian. Now I'm curious, when was Jillian's last loss? That was game 6 of block 1. So she has won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive matches, but potentially in trouble to make it a 9. Brianna Cote and Jordan Richard also on 7 and 8. Over on 9 and 10, Christy Leong against Taylor Boltice and Stephanie Johnson against Erin McCarthy. And on 11 and 12, Angie Ramirez-Perea against Maria Balanova and Liz Johnson against Ashley Galante. Folks, once again, we thank you for watching the PWBA Tour on BowlTV.com. Of course, we invite you all to come join us once again tomorrow at the final round of match play, 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 local time here in Texas. And then the final of the Kickoff Classic Series, the stepladder will be 9 p.m. Eastern, the top 5. We just talked about the unbelievable show set up for the pregame show, and then the excitement will continue into the stepladder finals. You will need a subscription for that if you haven't picked one up already for all the excitement we've had this week. We certainly appreciate all the support, and we're hoping for one more good one to finish up the week, and no reason to think it will not be another legendary matchup. So, folks, we're going to settle in for a quick second, but enjoy. Game 7 of 8. Round 2 of match play. 2021 PWBA Hall of Fame Classics. All right, folks, 10th frame underway. Game 7 of 8. Here, the second round of match play at the 2021 PWBA Hall of Fame Classic, and a Hall of Fame carry right there for Caitlin Johnson. What an interesting hit on the 710. But gets us to fall. She can still get to 2-23 this game. Sandra Gongora would need a strike for the opportunity to shut out in her match. Already in the books, Valerie Bercier, 229 to 228 over Missy Parkin. As Sandra connects, Diana Z, chance of getting to the 220s here with a good count. She does so. She's going to get the win as well against Dasha Kovalova. Julia Bond putting together a big game against Clara Guerrero. Going to collect the win. Just a matter if she can get into the 260s or not. I have to say, Sandra's been having a pretty nice week as well. Kind of looking at her week in general. 21st at the Bowlers Journal Classic, so kind of middle of the road there. But she has been on fire ever since. Just missing the stepladder finals by 12 pins at the ITRC Classic. And has been right in the mix all day here at the Hall of Fame Classic. Entering this game, she was in 8th place. We're at plus 363. Nice 247 in the victory there for Julia Bond over Clara Guerrero, 212. And folks, we're 15 games in today. So you know what that means. Come on, folks. I know you know what that means. It means, I just think it's about time for that giveaway. So, folks, once again, an Amazon Fire TV stick is going to be the prize here. Just so everybody remembers, we're going to hop on screen for just a quick sec. Here it is right here. This is what we're giving away. This isn't even the same one I showed earlier in round one. This is a different one. So this is what we're giving away, folks. Giveaway time. Let's go. Here on Bowl TV. So get prepared, get ready. You're going to see the message in the bottom portion of your screen. Go go ahead and click on it. When it presents itself, it'll say submit entry. And you'll be entered to win. So that's how it works. Nice and simple. You'll get the initial countdown. A new prompt will pop up. You'll have another countdown. Submit entry. That's all you have to hit. Nothing else. No questions. Just hit that and boom. That could be yours. Good luck, everybody. Once again, all you have to do, hit submit entry. And you're in business.
Anybody want to come move face boxes with me at 9 a.m. tomorrow?
How about that? Larry Mitchell winning the Amazon Fire TV stick. Congratulations, Larry. Our marketing department will be reaching out to you soon to get your information so they can ship to you one brand new in-package Amazon Fire TV stick. A big thank you to everybody for participating, of course, for being part of the Bowl TV community. We have plenty of other giveaways in store. I saw someone in there mention bowling balls. Yeah. Step ladder finals tomorrow. We're giving away 3 more bowling balls. We've already given away 6 this week. We got 3 more left to go. 1 from Roto Grip, 1 from Brunswick, and 1 from Storm. A big thanks to them for their continued support. So be on the lookout for those giveaways tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern. Step ladder finals, PWBA Hall of Fame Classic. Game 8 underway. Final game of the day, folks. We're definitely going to have a clear picture of how everything is shaping up for the final round tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, the start time there. In fact, folks, we got 24 great competitors. Let's run a poll this last game just to see what everyone's feeling. Where should we go? Who we should watch? So I'm going to throw up some names here in just a moment. You guys can select where we head to for the final game here at the Hall of Fame Classic. So, all right, folks, your opportunity to participate. Let us know. Select one of those 6 athletes, and we will head to their pair here for this final game. Who knows? We could already be on it. All right, we appreciate everybody voting. It looks like our new fan favorite on Bowl TV, Jillian Martin, getting 57% of the vote. So we will go find Jillian here in this final game. Looks like she's on 5 and 6. So hang tight for just a sec, folks. We'll get to lanes 5 through 8 here to watch the fan choice, Jillian Martin, wrap up things here on Bowl TV. She's taking on Diana Z over on 5 and 6. You see her getting ready to step up for her second frame. Also on the pair, Jordan Richard taking on Stephanie Johnson over on 7 and 8. Shannon O'Keefe against Valerie Bercier, and Liz Johnson against Maria Jose Rodriguez. So that's a pretty solid group in there, folks. All right, we do have an update after game 15 overall, 7 here in this block. And Lindsay Boomershine has retaken the top spot with a win in game 7. She's now 13 and 2. And at plus 642 to lead the way, Jillian Martin drops to second, plus 624. She is 12 and 3. Erin McCarthy in third place, plus 617. So pretty tight there for the top 3 spots. Jordan Richard in fourth, a little bit of separation there, plus 536. And Liz Johnson has just been steady and holding on to that 5th spot for most of the day. She is at plus 470, 19 pins ahead of Julia Bond, who's in 6th at plus 451. Sandra Gongora plus 428. In 7th, Dasha Kovalova in 8th, plus 408. Diana Z at plus 405. And then Shannon O'Keefe rounds out the top 10 at plus 323. Just taking a look heading into the final 8 games tomorrow. It's right around 80 pins, the difference between 3rd and 4th. Over the course of 8 games, that's That is certainly something that can be made up quickly, but a chance for a strong finish here for Lindsay, Jillian, and Aaron could potentially give them just the slightest sigh of relief heading into competition tomorrow. But it is a stacked field chasing them down. But a lot of players who have been incredibly consistent over the course of the day and have kind of been hovering around that top spot. Jordan Richard, Aaron McCarthy has been super strong and has gone on some great stretches throughout the course of her qualifying block so far. Liz Johnson hanging on to that 5th spot, and players have been jockeying kind of 6 through 10 throughout the course of the day, just trying to find that right momentum. Looking at overall averages, the player actually knocking over the most pins at the moment is Aaron McCarthy. She is averaging 221 and change through her 15 games today. No other competitor is averaging above a 218. So the next highest average looks to be Jillian Martin at 217.6. But the difference being 2 extra wins and those 60 bonus pins have Jillian with a 7-pin advantage at the moment. Lindsay Boomershine, who's leading overall at the moment, averaging 216.8. Jordan Richard in 4th at 215.7. And Liz Johnson at 211 and change. All those players with at least 10 wins. Lindsay Boomershine 13-2, Jillian 12-3, Aaron, Jordan, and Liz both at 10-5. The only other player with 10 wins at the moment is Sandra Gongora. She's in 7th place, 42 pins back, averaging 208.5 on the day at plus 428. Taking a look at some of the players at the top of the standings. We're watching Jillian right now, and she has connected for 2 in a row after back-to-back opens to start. Lindsay Boomershine, our tournament leader, currently on 9 and 10, has started strike, open, spare, and looking for another spare against Ashley Galante. Galante has started with 3 strikes with a 9 count, currently up in the 4th frame. Aaron McCarthy taking on Brianna Cote, an early open for McCarthy. So for our top 3 players, no one has really tried to separate themselves here in this final game of the block, looking for some late momentum. But Jillian just made it 3 in a row. But that fortunate hit, and Jordan will be looking to do the same. Nice shot there from Stephanie Johnson. Makes it 4 in a row. Squaring off against Jordan Richard, her Team USA teammate for the past couple of years. Valerie makes it 5 for 5. Taking on Shannon. Liz heading toward her good lane so far here in game 8. Struck on every delivery on lane 7, looking to add one more. But Maria with the early advantage. With the double in the third and the fourth. Diana, 4 out of 5 to start, looking to keep the pressure on. And after she shot 267 in game 4, she's kind of been hovering around that 8, 9, 10 spot. Just 65 out of the cut heading into this game. A well-deserved rest for all these players coming up in just a couple of minutes as we wrap up. It's been a long day on the lanes. 16 games in the books. Tough enough as it is on a challenging lane condition, but also trying to win a match against some of the best players in the world while you're at it. Certainly can add to the physical grind as well as the mental aspect. And Diana will have a sizable advantage here heading into the back half of the game against Jillian. Lindsay Boomershine trying to retain the lead. It's in a little bit of trouble right now against Ashley Galante. Galante has started with 4 out of 5. Just 1 strike and an open for Lindsay so far. And folks, keep an eye out for Julia Bond on 9 and 10 as well. She's quietly been putting up a big day. Currently has 5 consecutive strikes after a spare in frame number 1, taking on Angie Ramirez-Perea. But she's just 19 pins back of the show at the moment. She is 8 and 7 overall through her first 15 games, but looking at averages, she actually has the 5th highest average out of all competitors at the moment. Just looking around, we're waiting to see if someone's going to make a move here from our top 3. Nobody really getting anything going, so an opportunity for the players a little bit farther back in the standings to potentially make a run here. We mentioned Julia Bond. She could potentially benefit the most in this game, as the 5 players ahead of her really aren't doing all that much this game. Struggles for Jillian, not in a position to win. Steph's been bowling great so far. She's looking to make it 6 in a row, so Jordan's in a tough spot. Maria's bowling well, and Liz is still right in the thick of her match against Maria. Lindsay opened in the 6th frame, so she has 90 in the 6th right now, and down 35 to Ashley Galante. Erin McCarthy in a close match, but currently down at the moment to Brianna Cote. So this could be a big time to shine for the 3-time regional champ. Taking a look in the chat, Joan, I certainly think that could potentially be tying into it. It's been a long day and a long week for all these competitors. For, as we mentioned, some of them, not including stepladder finals, for Jillian, Lindsay, and Shannon O'Keefe. This is already game 58. That's competition games, not counting practice. This is game 58 since we kicked things off on, when was that? Last Wednesday. So over the last 6 days, they essentially have averaged 10 games per day, not including practice, warm-up. I've had a few practice sessions, obviously, before the start of every block. So certainly a test, not only of skill, but endurance as well. All right, folks, final few frames here. A long but fun day of coverage here on Bull TV. As that's just not fun. You don't do that in game 16 pins. Come on, we don't need that 8-pin garbage. Come on, 8-pin, you know better than that. But we're just ever so thankful for the opportunity to talk to Hall of Famers throughout the course of the day. We started things off chatting with USBC Hall of Famer Tennille Milligan. We're joined by Tish Johnson, Anne-Marie Dugan, Pat Costello, and Fran Deacon as well, PWBA and USBC Hall of Famers. So awesome to hear from them. Obviously, a big thanks to all the folks, ball reps who joined us throughout the course of the day, gave us some great information. Nathan Bohr, Matt McNeil. Been a crazy fun day, crazy fun week here at the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series. Hard to imagine there's just one day of it left. We've been going strong for 6 consecutive days here on BullTV.com. And, just a big shout out to all of you for tuning in, wanting to be a part of this, wanting to support professional women's bowling and see the return of the PWBA Tour here in 2021. The buzz has been great. The stories have been amazing. And of course, the athletes are doing what they do best. Performing at the top levels that we've grown to enjoy over the course of the past handful of seasons. And, it's always great to see familiar faces in the winner's circle. Players like Shannon O'Keefe returning to the dominance we saw in 2019. It's fantastic to see Brianna Cote, a player who has been so good over the past few seasons, who has not been in the winner's circle, find a way to get there. Thrilling fashion. The emergence of this young star on lane 6 right now, Jillian Martin, has stole the show of the Kickoff Classic Series. And in between blocks, she does statistics homework. But our story's not done here yet, folks. We're going to have one more stepladder final, 5 players competing for a national title at the home of Team USA. It's just been so very phenomenal this weekend. That's a big thanks to everyone who's been part of it, and that of course includes you, the Bull TV audience. been fantastic all week. The chat has been exciting, funny. I particularly like when you guys pick on me. It's fun. But we're doing something special here, folks, and we're glad you're a part of it. All right, as we finish up here, 226, Diana the winner over Jillian Martin, 164. Jordan can still get to 246 here, so not necessarily done, although Stephanie has a max score of 269. So good count on this first shot will give her the opportunity to still shut out. A strike all but seals it up. Valerie Bercier is going to get the win over Shannon O'Keefe over on 7 and 8. Ashley Galante with the late double in position to take the victory over Liz Johnson. And it's just gotten a little bit closer on 5 and 6. Stephanie loses some count here. Her max now 247 to Jordan's 246. But now the match will go to Stephanie, 4-9. Left standing, second shot of the 10th there for Jordan, the 2018 Rookie of the Year. She's going to be in the 230s. It's going to be a strong finish, but she knew there was an opportunity there. Just crept a tad high. No love on the carry. Looking at some of the comments in the chat, separate patterns for each of the 3 events. That is correct. So the Bowlers Journal Classic had a 39-foot condition, the ITRC Classic 43 feet, and all 3 rounds of the Hall of Fame Classic and the Stepladder Final being contested on a 41-foot pattern. You can find all that information and more at PWBA.com. Steph with the win, 246 to 233 over Jordan. Liz can get to 205. Maria so it's 242 out there. Happy birthday, Maria. We missed that opportunity earlier when we had her on. Didn't realize it till after the fact, but a happy birthday to the 2-time champion. So it looks like our top 3 players in the standings all losing their final matches of the day. So they're allowing the field to catch up a little bit here. Julia Bond, as we mentioned, was just out of the show number. She did win her match, however, 224 to 180 over Angie Miras Perea. So she should move into the top 5. 241 in the victory for Maria Jose Rodriguez, 203 for Liz Johnson. Looking around the house, just about done on 9 and 10. Lindsay Boomersheim is going to finish in the 160s this game. But Jillian Martin and Erin McCarthy aren't going to do enough to get to the lead. So still got some shots going down the lane on 1 and 2. But before we get to that, it appears we have a special guest that we're going to be talking to momentarily here. So, folks, Bowl TV audience, I know you've been looking forward to hearing from this young lady, and we'll bring her in. So say hello to Jillian Martin.
Hi.
Hello again, Jillian.
Hi.
How you doing today?
I could be better, but I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
We're doing all right. Definitely a long day out on the lanes there. 16 games against the best competitors in the world. That's got to take its toll after a day. How you just feeling physically after all that bowling?
Honestly, I bowl a lot anyway, so I'm not really physically told. I'm a little mentally told because obviously it's hard. You got to make adjustments and do everything in a quick period of time. But overall, I'm still feeling pretty good.
You certainly have. You won a bunch of matches today, including going on an impressive streak of, I think, of 8 in a row over the 2 blocks. What's it like stepping up in those moments? Every game is a new challenge, but you're keeping up at the pace, and obviously the pattern tougher, but you're still in the same spot that we saw in the previous 2 events.
Yeah, I mean, I've just kind of been going with it, trying not to overly watch the score, but at the same time making sure I am making those key shots in those moments, just trying to calm myself down so that I can execute well. It's definitely been a different experience because, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of match play experience, but getting out here and bowling it all the time, it's been awesome. So just trying to keep pace with all these great ladies.
All right, Jillian, final question before we let you go and rest up for tomorrow. Just what, if any, what type of changes are you looking to make to start the final round?
I might try to start with a different ball, but overall just still pretty much the same, making good shots, keeping within myself, sticking to my process, just staying calm the whole time.
All right, perfect. Well, Jillian, we'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you again for joining us, and great bowling.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it looks like we're all finished on the lanes as well now. Jillian has headed out, so a big thank you to her for joining us here on Bowl TV for a quick interview before she starts preparing for tomorrow. So once again, 1 p.m. Eastern, the new time, adjusted after seeing kind of how long we were taking today. So for that information, always PWBA.com, the place to be. But 8 games left to go. It's been a crazy roller coaster so far. The tournament really took shape today. Everyone started with 0. We kind of weren't sure where it was going to go. The scoring pace was going to be a little bit lower. It's going to be tougher to throw strikes like we had seen the past few days, but these athletes still put together some great runs for us. And right now, looking at the top 5, we got some of our top performers on tour and plenty of players who have been in position to make one more run into the top 5. So with that, we will be signing off in just a couple of minutes. But once again, a big thanks. We mentioned the Hall of Famers who joined us throughout the course of the day. The story is just so amazing. So grateful for those opportunities to chat, listen, and just enjoy it. It's a unique opportunity we have here this week. We've been pretty fortunate with some great guests, and hopefully it continues tomorrow. We plan to do so throughout the course of the day, leading up, of course, to the Step Ladder Finals, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 local time here, top 5. And, of course, the pregame show about a half hour before that is going to feature Betty Morris, Lisa Wagner, Whitney McPherson, and Carolyn Doran-Ballard. It's going to be epic, folks, so you won't want to miss that. More giveaways as well. So remember to tell your friends. Check out BowlTV.com for the final match play round. All you need is login, or you can set up your annuals, monthly, or event pass subscription to watch the live finals. You definitely will not want to miss it. The annual $79.95, monthly $9.95, or you can just pick up the event pass for $4.95. So a lot of different options, but plenty of great things to check out. But we're going to go ahead and sign off for today from the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic. A big thanks to all of our guests throughout the course of the day. Tish Johnson, Anne-Marie Dugan, Pat Costello, Fran Deacon, Tennille Milligan, Nathan Bourne, Matt McNeil. I think that covered everyone we talked to today. Of course, for Jason Thomas, Mike Flanagan downstairs doing all the real work. We appreciate everything they've been doing, all the great stuff. It's been awesome throughout the course of the week. And finally, Matt Cannizzaro, who's RA working on the story for tonight. Just appreciate the work of all those folks making it happen. But for right now, I'm Aaron Smith, folks. We're signing off from the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you tomorrow, folks. Good night.